champion of the good, protector of the weak and innocent. You shall become a Dragon Master.
Greetings, friends. Happy Saturday. Nice to be back. It's I feel like it's been a while since I've done back-to-back streams. See, I usually open up my stream talking about being all rusty and confused because it's been so long since I streamed, and now it's doing streams on consecutive days, and that's what has me, I don't know, vaguely confused about my surroundings and goings on. But I'm here, and we are here. Games Bond. And I'm excited. We're heading into pretty much the final stretch of Bond gaming. We are looking okay on our schedule to finish up before the end of this year. Granted, we aren't done yet, and we are inching closer to the funding goal for the GoldenEye Xbox Live Arcade version, which I should hope would be faster than completing the original N64 game. But who knows? It may still be a bit of undertaking. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We got a little bit of warming up, housekeeping, stream start chatter to get through before we dive into today's Bond gaming, let alone any future upcoming Bond game. What is up, Geki Zambu, Space Hopper Copter, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? Hope you are doing wonderfully well this Saturday afternoon, almost. Shit, it's almost 1 p.m. already. This day is just flying by because I've been unconscious for most of it, I guess. Up Duck Admire. I didn't get a good night of sleep, so I had to sort of sleep in for a bit, and I don't know, I just had a very long start of today. I kind of wanted to get stream going and kind of get through this in the morning and have some time for other stuff later in the day. We'll see how that works out. I'd mentioned yesterday, and possibly even before that, that I wanted to maybe do some Cobra watching on Discord tonight. I'm a little unsure. I think I'm leaning towards postponing that, partially because I'm a little bit not stressed out, but I have some things that I want to do, and I wouldn't want to commit to something that's going to interfere with some other plans I have. Yeah, I had a kind of well, whatever, it's not really important. The point being, I think we're probably going to push it back a little bit, because I also don't want to... We had decent, you know, people, decent, what's the word? Attendance, despite being very impromptu last time, a few weeks ago. But I still felt bad about just springing it on folks with not much heads up, so I'd prefer to be able to I'd rather cancel last minute than commit and announce something last minute, if that makes sense. So we're probably not doing any of that tonight, but hopefully soon. I'm always up for Cobra watching. I always enjoy it, but it just has to fit into my schedule. In any case, I am here, I am awake, at least nominally. Don't have any Kong Strong on hand, but I do have a nice cold glass of Coke. Hashtag not sponsored, but that'll hopefully wake me up a little bit. I might have some coffee in a bit, who knows. But we are here to tackle James Bond Mission 46, which is Bloodstone on the DS. We finished Bloodstone on the 360 a while back. A very anticlimactic end. A very abrupt end to an otherwise very cool game. I really liked Bloodstone and had a lot of cool ideas, and like execution of a lot of it was pretty impressive. And it you know, it doesn't have the scope or insanity of Everything or Nothing, but like I said before, I feel like it's kind of the Daniel Craig era equivalent of Everything or Nothing. Everything or Nothing like leans in extremely hard into the kind of general preposterousness that the Pierce Brosnan films kind of devolved into, or whatever phrase would use. I mean, not that GoldenEye is like super grounded or anything, but they kind of, you know, increasingly crazy. And Everything or Nothing, I guess, is like the escalation of that. It continues sort of that trend. Whereas Daniel Craig's films, certainly the first ones, were very deliberately moving away from that. It was just like a full swing of the pendulum in the other direction. So even if the amount of like explosions and car chases and like gigantic weird stunts, set piece action sequences in Bloodstone is, you know, it's more than you would see in a typical Daniel Craig film. It's still sort of grounded in the general aesthetic and atmosphere of those films. So there aren't like a lot of insane gadgets and I don't know, fantastical like vehicles and stuff like that. But within that sort of general, you know, setting, it does not really hold back on the like action set piece nature of it. I think they did a good job. Like there was that whole shit when you're like the car stages were all cool. Like I got pretty annoyed with them because they were like kind of strange difficulty spikes relative to the shooting action sequences, but it had quite a few vehicle levels that were all like really different. In fact, in general, one of the things that impressed me was that like it felt like levels were quite different from one another. But I think a lot of the driving stuff was kind of the standout, which is cool. I mean, obviously Bizarre Creations had a history of driving games, so it's unsurprising that they could do a good bit of driving. But it's not like the on foot action was subpar by any stretch, but still to have the vehicle stuff be kind of the highlight in some sense, it's a little bit unusual. It's not really true for many of the other games. Val rating with 32 viewers. Welcome, Val Raiders. We're just getting started. We're settling in, getting comfy, and are about to hop into 007 Bloodstone on the Nintendo DS. Mission 46, I believe, out of 50, plus a few bonus ones of James Bond. If you're new here, I am currently working my way through every, with a little bit of an asterisk, James Bond computer and video game chronological order, and we've been working on that for about 3 years, and we're kind of in the final stretch now, which is pretty exciting. We'll get a bit more context for that in a few moments as we go over the details of today's game. But yeah, wrapping up the kind of summary or whatever you want to call it, synopsis of the previous game, Bloodstone, on console. It had like that crazy driving chase sequence. Like I really liked how the missions were also sort of built up of multiple levels, that each were like, you know, there'd be a little adventure bit, then there'd be a shooting level, then there would be a driving level, then there would be like, I think that was really well done. So you had that island or whatever it was, where you had like the rooftop chase, which was really cool, and then that leads like directly into this chase sequence where you steal a tuk-tuk or something, and then you have to like chase after this weird gigantic industrial vehicle of some kind, and you're just like wreaking havoc in the entire city. Like that was just such a cool mission. So it's cool that the driving parts weren't purely a novelty or an annoyance, which is like kind of what they have been in games that have had them. So I like that for sure. But yeah, the biggest thing, of course, is that the story just kind of ends. Like it doesn't. It's like Act 3 is just missing. The game just ended, and I guess there had been originally plans for like a sequel. But even if there had been a sequel to the game, which, you know, I would have very much enjoyed that, that game itself, like a sequel to Bloodstone, would not have retroactively made Bloodstone's ending any more satisfying, because it doesn't really end, it just stops. And presumably the DS game will be following the same story very closely, so we'll probably have the same effect there. We've done a couple of these handheld companion games to bigger console games, and even though the gameplay mechanics and like you know, general gameplay style has not been consistently the same. You know, there's been a few first-person shooters, there's been like top-down action adventure puzzler sort of things. There was the stylus controlled Quantum of Solace game, which was, I think it was Quantum of Solace. That was like kind of interesting. It was like a vertical style. You know, there's a handful of those on the DS where you hold a DS like rotated on its side and it's all stylus controlled. But they're all usually similar in that they follow the broad strokes of the console games. They typically use the console games cutscenes and briefing sequences in sort of a truncated form to, you know, introduce the levels, and then almost without exception they're just like missing a couple of levels, so they're usually shorter. But sometimes, I want to say Quantum of Solace and Nightfire, the handheld version was like the longest. Nightfire, if you had like a task or a speedrun or something, it wouldn't be the longest game, but it was like a million times more difficult. So it ended up taking much longer to finish. So, you know, it's not a guarantee that this will be like a 4-hour game, but the console game was pretty short to begin with. So hopefully this isn't too, you know, not too much friction. But on that note, why don't we hop on over to the game's Bond scene for a closer introduction to today's game. 007 Bloodstone on the Nintendo DS. I do believe this is 2010. I might have gotten that wrong. Let's see if we got some more game info right here. There we go. Developed by NSpace, who I was trying to piece this together when I mentioned this the other day, and I erroneously stated that I think it was the developer of the Quantum of Solace DS game. That is incorrect. This is the developer of the GoldenEye DS game, the existence of which I like completely forgot. But that was in fact we played that after Quantum of Solace. So that was the most recent one, the Wii and then DS versions of GoldenEye. And that was like a straight first-person shooter. And from my 2 minutes of testing, the Bloodstone DS game is pretty different. It's similar in some regards, but it's well, it's got a third-person camera perspective, so there is that. But also, I think, if memory serves, the DS GoldenEye, it's sort of designed for stylus control, but I think I was able to, like, you can play it with face buttons, and that's how I ended up playing it, because the stylus controls were just like a little too awkward to try to play with my setup. But it appears that Bloodstone is purely, well, it's D-pad plus stylus, but you cannot play it with just buttons from what it looks like. But I'm excited. It seems pretty cool. Let's see what the blurb has to say here. The UK's top secret biochemical project has fallen into enemy hands. Only one man can unravel the sinister goal and defeat those behind it. Bond. James Bond. Developer NSpace's handheld adaptation of Bloodstone recreates the console game's third-person shooting and vehicular action, featuring unique touchscreen mechanics. I'm always up for a little bit of touchscreen novelty. I'm curious to see what form it'll take. In GoldenEye Rogue Agent, we had these like incessant fucking Simon Says door hacking minigames, which were pretty terrible. But GoldenEye, I think, had some fun bits where like you had this recurring mechanic of like swiping cards through card readers and stuff. Like, it's not there's no puzzle element to it. It's nothing like that, but it's just like these little interactions that instead of just pressing a button, you're like doing a little motion, you're interacting with something, which obviously could very easily be obnoxious, but I remember it being, you know, kind of a charming little addition that I definitely didn't mind. And I imagine anyway, that for Bloodstone, there might be some similar bits where like you're using the touchscreen for various interactions and like using the cover system and stuff like that, it seems like. So there might be some more things like that. Then we might even get some like QTE boss fights or something. I don't really think the console game had much of that. I guess GoldenEye had that more than the DS game, but more than Bloodstone. But we'll see. I'm excited to find out. I think this will be a pretty decent time. I don't really have any. So like sometimes we look at you know, marketing materials, read through the manual, look at, you know, stuff relevant, you know, sort of ancillary material, but there doesn't really appear to be much of anything like that for this game, not that I've been able to dig up anyway. So we're kind of jumping straight in, I think. Been live for about half an hour, and about half of that was just the starting soon screen, so we might be heading into game at record pace here. But before we do, we have one little check-in, of course, and that is the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative, which it's the mechanic through which we are unlocking and adding additional bonus missions to this grand adventure. I am currently getting closer to being subjected to question mark the Xbox Live Arcade version of GoldenEye. I guess we can hop on there. Do I have a shortcut for that? I should have that. Yes, there we go. The 007th secret mission is the unreleased Xbox Live Arcade version of GoldenEye. It was developed by Rare, but through, you know, the magic of legal you know, tie-ups, and, you know, it's just the Bond license is like historically convoluted, and then you add Nintendo to the mix, and it's just like, yeah, it's understandable that this got caught up in like legal webbing, and yeah, it was essentially finished but never released. And I'm curious to give it a shot. I, of course, had many and debatably controversial thoughts on the original GoldenEye when I played through that, the N64 version. But I've maintained that I think GoldenEye is a game that probably gets better the more you play it. So even just doing like a second playthrough, I'm genuinely curious to see how different I would feel about it when I'm coming across things not for the first time. Being like a little bit more prepared for some of the bullshit the game has in store. Not to mention, of course, just the improved performance and the addition of new control schemes and stuff like that. So I'm very curious. But will we play it? Well, that's kind of in your hands. To unlock this game, we need to complete 10 daily objectives, and we are currently at 7 out of 10. How does one achieve a daily objective, you may be asking? Well, that's where you come in. All contributions to the channel that help put food on my table and roof over my head, i.e. subscriptions, bits, merch sales, and that kind of thing, will add to this little fund. 1,000 Q credits equals 1,000 bits, or 4 regular tier 1 subscriptions, etc. It's, you know, this very broadly translates to about $10, but Twitch economics and currency conversions makes it a little bit of a convoluted mess. But let's say, you know, a couple of subs, a couple of bits, and we might just make it there. If we get enough of that over the course of one stream, that will count as a completed daily objective, and we will be one step closer to unlocking the 7th secret bonus mission. There you go. But today we're going to be focusing on Bloodstone and see how far we get. I mean, I guess it's not entirely out of the question that we could finish this in one stream. It depends. The console game was not very long. That was a 2-stream game, and you know, we've had some 3-hour games previously, so possible. But we're at least gonna start. Craig looks like he's nodding off. Well, I mean, get ready for stoic Daniel Craig. Well, that's been kind of a recurring thing. He's always, you know, completely stone-faced in all these games, and let's just say he doesn't seem to emote more animatedly in these handheld versions. But I will say, N-Space's version of GoldenEye on the DS had some really awesome cutscenes. Like the visuals, when they like recreated these scenes in like the DS Fidelity 3D, I think were like super sick. So I'm actually really excited for that aspect in this game too. And you know, the characters, plural I should say, might actually look pretty decent. But yeah, you know, get ready for him to potentially look similarly enthused over the course of the game. It did dawn on me just now that while I did boot the game up and get it running and everything, I don't think I put any time into like setting up the capture. Like I have it all set up since before, but I might have to fiddle with this a tiny little bit on stream here. I'm just closing down some windows here to make sure that I'm going to be using mouse control for some stuff here, and I don't want to have things on screen that I don't want to be accidentally clicking in the middle of playing a game. All right. 1 bit essentially equals a penny. Yeah, but it depends on where you're at. Bits cost different amounts in different countries, and like the conversion rate of payouts, and like it's a little confusing. I think they convert that way in terms of my payout. If I receive 100 bits, that equals $1 payout, I'm pretty sure. But the amount that you pay for those bits is different for everyone. And it pays, like, it's the whole confusing. I never use bits because when they first introduced them, I was under the impression that they would be a certain price, and then like the Swedish price of bits was like 50 to 100% higher than that. I'm like, that doesn't feel good. So I'm not that experienced, but that's why we have the universal system of Q credits here. And I realized that it's a little bit opaque. And it's a system with flaws. I will reconvene with Q branch and try to come up with something simpler for the future. But for now, it's, you know, we're going to run with it until we're seeing this current era through. But yeah, long story short, if you help me pay my rent, I will help entertain you with more Games Bond. That's you know, the long and short of it. Let's see here. So for the DS layout, I guess we will do let's see here. DS side-by-side sub-screen is probably what we want. So if I do this, we might actually... Yeah, that should put the DS stuff on screen here, because I just had this active since this was not that long ago that we used it. Let's see if we need to change any of the screen orientation or anything like that. I also want to bring up the timer. Forgot about that. Let's get live split up on screen. Go. Let's jams. Let's boot up the game and see if how this is going to work out. I might have to swap some screens and stuff, which I shortcut. Well, whatever. Well, we'll see. What's up, Neo Freeman? Greetings. So I think in this game, I think the most of the game happens on the bottom screen. Like in some games, like in GoldenEye, I think the gameplay was all on the top screen. The bottom screen is just for like aiming and pushing buttons. But in this one, I think most of the graphics are happening on the, like the gameplay, so to speak, are happening on the same screen that you're aiming. And the top screen, I guess, is for like other stuff. I'm not sure, but let me just double check here. If I have, I want to say that since I played on controller last time, I think I have bound a hotkey on the controller to like swap screens. So let me just see if I can find that. Yeah, swap screens. So let me find what's a good button for that. I'm not already using for something. No, backspace didn't work. That's just no. Actually, do I have... Let's try that. Okay. So I can do this, and that does switch where I... Actually, I don't even fucking know. Well, I guess only one of them is touch, right? So that would be the bottom screen. I was gonna say I'm not even sure which screen is which, like physically. But yeah, I'll be able to just swap on the fly as necessary, because we might have like cutscenes and stuff where more stuff happens on the top screen. I don't think it'll do anything where it's like literally showing the same thing on both screens, but whatever. If that's the case, then oh well, so be it. This game does have multiplayer, but I would say multiplayer has been kind of a more or less standard feature for most of the like handheld Bond games, at least on the DS. Thank you for the follow. So it's not a new thing per se. Like GoldenEye definitely had it. I guess Quantum of Solace might not have, just because of the style of game. I don't know. Maybe not that many. Well, Rogue Agent definitely did have multiplayer also. This is definitely not the first, at least. I6 database. Oh, okay, so we have options here. I guess I didn't even look at this. Normally, I would always look through options the first thing I do in any game, because it was hidden behind the MI6 database. I didn't even see it. So, oh, okay. This made me realize that because I hadn't even found the options screen, I would not have found a way to configure the controls differently. But from the 2 seconds of gameplay I did, just to set things up, it didn't seem like the game would allow for button control, and yeah, it does not. There is a stylus sensitivity setting though, that's good. We'll leave it by default, but it's good to know that we can change it if we have to. Statistics, credits, yeah, I guess I wonder if there's like, if you can unlock stuff that maybe would end up there. I'm not sure. Alright, new game. Difficulty settings, easy, normal, hard. No fancy Bond flavored difficulty level names. But I guess we'll go normal.
007, we fear the attack may be imminent. How long until you're on the ground?
We should be down in 10 minutes.
We haven't got 10 minutes. The satellite is picking up suspicious activity near Greco's boat. You've got to get a move on now.
I'm on my way. Head for the harbor.
Back to fully voiced, no subtitled cutscenes.
I can't much care
This is like
what
so
your
sick.
sources tell you. We've checked Greco out. He is an international businessman here on vacation.
His business, sir, is international arms trading. He'd like to see all the heads of state, all the members of the G20, wiped out in one fell swoop.
Impossible. You have to have some faith, some trust in my ability to protect them.
You can keep your faith. I put my trust in Bond.
Judi Dench looking kind of better than ever, as far as video games go. Daniel Craig likeness continues to be a little questionable. He's got those piercing blue eyes, though. This is sick. What's up, Duck Admirer? Bond. Greco's yacht is your target. Greco's henchmen will attempt to stop you at any cost. E is for Dench, yeah, might be. Use the touch screen to aim your weapon. Press the L or R button to fire. Up Mudbound Dragon, welcome. Yeah, it's interesting because like the fidelity. You know, you had stuff obviously like Super Mario 64 DS, and you know, I'm sure there are others kind of N64 ports or similar. The DS, as is typically the case, you know, in some ways it's kind of analogous to PS1 or N64. In some ways it's more powerful, in some ways it's weaker. But it's not super far off in terms of the general, you know, in very rough terms, like kind of the amount of of detail and fidelity, but it's very, very limited. But they use it like in pretty smart ways in terms of like making sure that there's a limited scope of what they're trying to achieve visually. And I don't know, as a fan of these kind of very limited 3D graphics, I think just seeing how they did all the scenes, and especially the cinematics and stuff in GoldenEye, was a treat throughout the entire game. So I'm very excited about that aspect of this game too, especially because the actual levels and set pieces, so like the game Bloodstone was such a better game than GoldenEye in terms of a lot of that stuff, that I'm excited about those elements being done just as well, but with like contents that I find inherently more interesting, I guess. So I can click and drag aim like this, and it appears to work decently. The reticle will change from white to red when you have an enemy targeted. 007. So don't shoot until it's red, I guess. That's fine. They're not hitting me anyway. And shoot at least.
Quickly, get those boats loaded. We haven't much time.
Look how evil he is. Even got an evil eye scar.
Faster! Quickly move!
20 levels. Completely fucked up, but... music's not bad. I remember the music being good in the console game too. Use the control pad to move, Bond. Follow the yellow arrow on the touchscreen to reach your next goal. Okay, so we got a little map. I think it was Rogue Agent that had this like... oh, dude, what a sick screen. It had like this little aiming thing. Like it basically dedicated the whole bottom screen to like your input. It didn't really use that screen to display anything. I like that it has like the map. Like this seems like it's making better use of it. So it's interesting. This kind of controls similarly to Rogue Agent, but it's made by the people who made GoldenEye, which, I mean, I guess that also did have touch aiming controls. I just didn't use them. But it's like the controls are reminding me of a different game, but that game was like terrible. So they're actually integrated in a way that seems better here. Fallen enemies leave behind ammunition, 007. You will automatically gather ammunition you walk over. I just have to assume that this is, what's his name, Tanner? Pre-Q, like, briefing guy. Bond. Available ammunition appears as a yellow bullet icon on the radar on the touchscreen. Okay, so the pickups are on the map. I see. Tanner will hopefully shut up and let us play the game soon. You can reload your weapon by firing when your weapon is empty, or by touching the weapon icon on the touchscreen. That's up top here. Picked up 11 pistol rounds. So are these like objectives? Yeah. Is that the same as just hitting start? Yeah, okay. So there's this like interact button, I guess. Frame rate is like too smooth. Bond, you've been hit. When you take damage, get to safety and wait for your health to replenish over time. Take cover by touching the action icon on the top right of the touchscreen when the cover prompt appears. When you're in cover, 007, you can lean out using the control pad in order to fire at enemies. Hold right on the control pad to pop out. Let go to return to cover. Still aim here, yeah. Alright, feels pretty good. Other cover points will require you to hold up or left to lean out. Bond, touch the action button or down on the D-pad to leave cover. Okay, that's pretty smooth. You just walk off the wall, yeah. We'll see if the game maintains this frame rate, but this is like super fucking smooth. So the thing about GoldenEye, I remember, was that it very occasionally like snapped into 60 FPS, which made the controls all fucked up. It's like you turned twice as fast. So Like, you never wanted it to actually... Like, whenever the frame rate changed, it just, like, fucked you up. Okay, I duck here, I see. But whether the frame rate's, like, even or not here, at least the game doesn't break. The recovering health means that it's always going to be pretty forgiving, I feel like. You can always just sort of slow things down a bit and mostly be fine. Just reached a checkpoint, 007. Checkpoints automatically save your progress on the current mission and past missions. It saves my progress on past missions. Okay. You have to restart your mission. You'll restart from the last checkpoint you reached. I guess what it means probably is it... Well, does that make sense? I was going to say that it keeps the checkpoint information for multiple missions, so you can go back to a checkpoint on a previous... I don't know, that doesn't make sense, but whatever. We're hopefully not replaying missions anyway. Can't hover here. Okay. Ammo. I'm actually a little short, so I might as well. I thought I was, but I guess I'm at max ammo? Well, whatever. Sound quality is nice. Like, we've definitely had games with all this, like, sampled music, but it's just, like, super compressed, so it sounds terrible. But it actually does sound quite nice. Speaking of which, it looks to me like game audio levels are maybe a little bit low. I should be able to change that, but you guys let me know if the volume audio mixing needs changing. At close range, press the L button to grab a nearby enemy in front of you. Match the motions of the on-screen control pad to perform a devastating attack. That's right, we had the melee action takedowns. Whoa. Okay, that was fast. Respond in the correct direction, Bond, and you will eliminate the enemy. Hit too many wrong directions or take too long, and the enemy will retaliate. Dude, I forgot. Yeah, the DS or the console game had the focus shot mechanic that was really fun. I wonder if that's in here. You can always use this method to attack nearby enemies, even when you don't have a weapon. That'll come into play when we get inevitably kidnapped and stripped of our gear, of course. Bond staple. You can interact with objects by touching the action icon on the touchscreen when you're close to them. Okay. Bond. Use the action icon to kick over the table and create a new cover point. I was kind of wondering what we saw flashing there. So I can't take cover here. Kick table. Oh, I want it. Oh, okay. So I automatically went into cover. Am I gonna heal back anytime soon? There we go. Oh, it's pretty slow. Of course, as long as I'm not getting flanked, it kind of doesn't really matter. Visuals are quite nice, I have to say. Like, not super easy to part. Like, it takes a certain amount of mental energy to, like, the controls aren't really second nature. So it like I'm operating a little bit slower than I would otherwise. And that makes it adds a degree of challenge of parsing visually where enemies might be. And honestly, I guess the fact that Bond's on screen himself, it kind of obscures a bit of the view, so it's like a little bit clunky or difficult. But from a purely visual, like, aesthetic perspective, I like the way it looks. I think the console game looked great. Like, that was something that really stood out to me, that, like, despite having certain enemy or levels that were kind of, you know, we had some sewers and some tunnels and some great facilities, some warehouses, but like all these settings that could very easily be very drab and boring were always visually quite interesting. So let's hope that stays true in this version too. Red target highlights. Shoot a thing to kill dudes. Gotcha. Oh, the little golden Bond moment thing that like showed up before I did anything. I wonder if that's like an indication of a Bond move being available or something. That wasn't really a mechanic in the console game, mind you. At least not like we had seen in some previous games. I'm like getting ready to take cover and then the cutscenes trigger. Boat action. Oh, okay. Some enemies will drop new weapons for you to use, 007. You can carry a pistol and one additional weapon at I. Approach the weapon and touch the action icon on the touchscreen to pick it up, Bond. Available weapons appear as a red gun icon. Like jumping off the ship. Alright. Oh, shit. Okay. I'd like pressed the button and I thought it skipped something. Your mission has just been updated, Bond. Mission updates direct you to the next step of your overall goal. Check your current mission parameters by pressing start. Okay. Mission parameters. Presumably shoot these guys. Aim for the crates of explosives or the boat engines. Hold down in order to take cover. Okay. I'm not like controlling the boat, am I? These crates. I'm trying. Oh my god. I like that he shot like fucking rockets at me and it knocked me off the boat. All right. I don't know if you can reload while in cover, but if you start reloading, it appears you cannot begin to take cover. I guess I can't reload while I'm in cover, or while I'm at full ammo. See, oh my god, okay. I guess you can't take cover from the rockets anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to shoot them out of the air or if I just like need to not time that first reload that poorly. It's really difficult to like prevent the beginning of the reload. Okay, yeah, you can shoot the rockets. Okay. No, he stands up to reload. Okay, taking cover is fucking useless. Because you're still getting shot. Okay, we hit the checkpoint. Okay, they just crashed it. I'm just waiting for my health to come back. Reload. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that this is not quite as good as the vehicle levels, the console game. It's cool in its own way, but it just like fucking doesn't really work properly. Hang on, I just kicked my slipper away under the desk. Grab that. Rehydrate and try again. It's very strange that you like you can shoot guys in the boat and it's like, well, you can shoot the engines to quickly take out the boat, but you have to empty an entire magazine into the engine before they explode, which you would think that the guys themselves would be a bit less resilient. Maybe I should try shooting the guys, I don't know. But then you have very high rate of fire, so you burn through your ammo and then you stand there reloading, like just being shot at. So it's like, well, I can take cover, but when I take cover, I'm not avoiding all the damage, at least not enough to like start recovering health. I can't shoot, I can't reload. So like it just seems completely like the different elements to the interactions here just like don't go together. Now, yep, started reloading there. Cover, reload. It kind of looked like he was reloading in cover there, but I don't know. But yeah, the fact that you can't try to take cover, getting health back. Fine. I mean, sure, I'll just heal while they get themselves killed. Works for me. Started reloading and I have to eat like 4 rockets. Explosive crates are really difficult to hit. This is like total mess. It's cool, but it's a total mess. What's up, Father Act Keeper? Like, it just doesn't work properly. Like, if you could at least start taking cover after initiating a reload, that'd be good. We're done here? What's happening? Action? No? I feel like something probably glitched because I was like in a crouching state when I got here. So I think we just soft locked. I can't do anything other than rotate, duck, or like left and right doesn't do anything. Cool. Well, we have our checkpoints, so I'll just reload the unsaved progress. Yeah, I hate these prompts. They always make it sound like you're gonna lose a bunch of progress. Okay, I thought we got another checkpoint. I guess we didn't, but oh well. Start reload. The reload is like so fucking long too. Okay, let's see if I can heal. I guess it's impossible to tell if you're getting hit by their gunshots because the red flash looks like you're getting... Okay, I'm not touching anything. All right, there we go. Yeah, I was taking cover and that prevented the cutscene from happening. All right, there we go. To swap between available weapons, touch and hold the weapon icon until it... That sounds annoying. Swipe motions. Yeah, you'll swap weapons when you don't have ammo. Like, I reckon that's how it's gonna work out. The cutscenes are cool, but it's like you get interrupted constantly. I mean, I guess that was a bad guy, so you're not gonna kill him at a little level. So I guess we might as well check this. Okay. Oh, that's not great, but I guess there's also no like switching camera position. The way these like sudden camera shifts interrupt you is definitely a bit jarring. I guess I was supposed to collect that. Okay, this is pretty cool. Shit. Faster. There we go. Picked up 2 RPG shells. We're like standing on top and automatically refilling RPG ammo. That was a little faster, I think, than
Fireworks?
console game.
Did you know there were going to be fireworks?
Honestly? Yes. Nice to see you, 007. I was worried that you wouldn't make it in time.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
Well done.
Thank you.
May I get you something to drink?
Yes, I'll have a bourbon, neat.
And what can I provide for the gentleman?
I'll have...
He'll have a vodka martini.
Everyone's like stepping over each other's lines. Opening title credits. Okay, gun barrel sequence. Sick. This is not in the console version. I actually just like looked this up. I was trying to fill in some Bond. That's pretty sick. Quotient spreadsheet data. The opening titles for the console versions are awesome. I guess we don't get them here, but we do get the very traditional gun barrel instead. Like, this is a neat little sequence in its own right. But it would have been really awesome to see them like recreate. I mean, this still counts as an opening credit sequence, but it doesn't really, you know, as far as Bond opening title credits, like it's pretty unspectacular.
Good morning, 007.
Still cool.
I know we promised you a week's holiday after Athens, but we have a situation developing that requires immediate attention. Are you free to speak?
Yes, I can talk. I'm in a hotel. I should be online in a moment. What's the situation?
How much do you know about Midhurst Laboratories?
Biotech firm, publicly traded, City of London, military contractor.
2 years ago, Midhurst Laboratories signed a contract for some mission-critical biotechnology for our defense forces. Last week, one of their senior researchers, Malcolm Tedworth, went missing from his yacht in the English Channel. At first, the Royal Navy presumed he was dead. His boat was discovered capsized after a squall off the coast. But this morning, we received a tip that he's alive and about to sell that research to a buyer in Istanbul. There'll be a jet waiting at the airport, and when you arrive in Istanbul, do whatever you have to, by any means necessary, to find out who's behind this. And make sure that research doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
All right, casual Craig.
Bond here. I've located the courier's hideout, but there's no one...
What is the password? It's my phone number. My phone number!
Thank you. Stop! Kill him! Let's get out of here!
All right, I'm gonna pause for a second as soon as I can here. Hopefully, we won't get interrupted with tutorials every 2 seconds, but I just want to point out that I genuinely liked that briefing sequence, because even though the voiceover was the exact same, and I've been complaining about all these briefing sequences in some of these recent games where they flash all these like highly animated graphics all over the screen while you have this kind of droning dialogue in the background explaining everything. Part of this cutscene, because I just happened to see it as I was reviewing some footage, like you see, actually this entire briefing might not have the briefing graphics, because I remember the scene opens with Bond like in his hotel room and there's some lady there and whatever, and that obviously wasn't shown here. But I hope that all briefing scenes are like this, because when they're like talking about something and they're doing this like very, you know, kind of kindergarten level, like, here's a picture of what we're talking about. This relates to this. This thing is important. This is what's happening in the plot. Like, I need that, because when I just get these like flashing lights and full distractions of fancy UI animation during the MI6 briefing, whatever sequences, I zone out immediately. And I like, because I noted that really strong contrast in the console game, where whenever you had characters interacting with each other, discussing the events of the plot, it was like exciting and interesting, and I was like following along. And then as soon as you had the, you know, flashy UI graphics phone calls, I like couldn't give a shit. So it's a good sign that whenever we do get a sequence that, you know, even if this particular dialogue kind of happened in more of a cutscene, characters talking way in the other game, if this is what the briefing graphics will be, I feel like I'm already like more on board with like, okay, yeah, I get what the mission and what the plot is compared to the other game. What's up, Ian Oblivion? I'm actually going to do something unprecedented here. I'm also going to be filling in the Bond quotient spreadsheet as we go through the game here. I'm not going to show it on screen, but we can take a look at it afterwards anyway, because it's been too much of a recurring issue where I have to leave a lot of blanks, because I can't by the time I finish a game, I can't remember if such and such thing was in the game or not. So I'm just gonna, because we happen to see the gun barrel and them ordering drinks, that's the kind of stuff I will easily forget, because it was like kind of a throwaway 1 second thing, that if I don't put it in the spreadsheet now, I'll forget, and then I have to review the tapes later, which is like way more work. We have driving other, because we drove a boat. Got drinking, because at least we ordered a drink. That counts. Close enough for sure. globetrotting. We've already been to Greece and Turkey. I mean, I guess that's close enough, but we're going to be traveling through other locations as well. We've definitely had an M briefing. The Bond theme played during the opening titles. There were credits for like a Joss Stone song, but it wasn't the actual theme that played over the opening credits in the other game, so maybe it's for like the end credits or something. We didn't hear an actual unique theme song yet that I noticed. We do have a full gun barrel and opening credits, so I'm going to give points for that. Bond likeness, questionable, but yeah. I think that's about what we can fill in for now. Yeah. Up mental. Keep going. Yeah, we definitely don't need to increase the sensitivity, at least. Like, the controls are pretty... I'm, like, stuck on a staircase. I like that he's, like, green thing. I'm not supposed to shoot him, but he's not a lot. I mean, not that I should be desecrating corpses by firing bullets into them, but it's not like he's a friendly target. I don't know, it's funny that it would acknowledge it that way. Aim is a little questionable, but no, the controls are going to be a little iffy, emulating touch controls, but okay, yeah, so we've got like that's interesting, but it makes it even more weird that there's no like mission debriefing to like show that you earned those little 007 moments or whatever it is. I mean, the game has some kind of stats stuff that you could access, but it doesn't ever show it over the course of playing the game. So that's just something I miss in a lot of these games. At least the shooting feels pretty decent. I guess I can see on the map if guys are still alive. Pretty fun. So, like, I guess there aren't going to be, like, collectibles or anything, so these little nooks and crannies, especially when they can tell from the map that it's just, like, a little dead end. I don't know, seem a little questionable. But yeah, I also can't get over, like, how good the frame rate is. Like, that's a pretty big step up over there. Oh, well, he screamed a little bit. I was gonna say, surely he's gonna fall down. Oh yeah, there's a marker there for the guy I'm chasing. I kind of forgot this was a chase. Reload. All right. There we go. Luckily, I don't really care about like accuracy stats or anything. I'm just curious if there might be some reason for any of these areas to exist, but kind of doesn't seem like it. No little red markers or anything here. Well, actually, this is red, but like it seems like I should be able to shoot that scaffolding, but guess not. Oh shit! Right, I don't have unlimited ammo. I forgot. This does, oh, it's like the exact same scaffolding that I shot down a few times, but this one doesn't count. Also, I guess it's like sort of random or arbitrary if enemies are going to drop ammo. It doesn't quite look like the correct graphics. We've had a few peculiar issues. What's up, Macaw 45? It seems like a pretty cool game so far, but it's a little weird. Yeah, Ghost confirmed. We've got ghosts returning from PC Nightfire, I think it was, that had weird ghosts. The ghosts have returned. Yeah, the previous boat level, we skipped a cutscene trigger, which soft locked us because I was in cover. I was like crouching while we passed the trigger, so it didn't trigger the cutscene, and I had to reload my checkpoint. Like, that's pretty not good. Oh, I guess I can't kill him. No, like, sprinting or anything. Controls are pretty simple. But yeah, like, the graphics are nice and detailed, and I think it does indeed like carried through a lot of the console versions, like pretty elaborate visuals. Okay, full rounds. Reload. All right, let's melee this guy. But then also has like a pretty impressive frame rate. And also, I mean, unlike GoldenEye from the same developer on the DS, I fucked up. The game controls don't fuck up when the frame rate increases. There's a cover system that I don't know if you really need to use it much. I mean, I guess we're playing on normal. Oh! I guess I need to shoot that thing, yeah. So we got these little Bond moments. That's sick. That was like not really in the console version. Oh, I actually got him with a headshot. Nice. I don't mind, but I'm kind of encouraged to just blast through stuff here. Oh, I could have shot that, maybe? I thought the Bond moment marker was for this next enemy, but oh well. F1 rifle. Oh, right click this. Oh, it's a... Okay. Guess we gotta have fake gun names. So on the little D-pad that shows on screen, the gold highlight is for like the direction you're supposed to press. Yeah, sometimes Bond's gigantic noggin just gets in the way. Oh, he's in the process of dying, I see. So the gold thing shows you the direction you're supposed to press, and the blue thing shows you what you're actually hitting. Yeah, I think I shot him also. Whatever. No, he just... The guy next to the vase just collapses as soon as the table leg gets hit. Fair enough. It's still cool that you can do those little things. Like, that was something that did exist in the console game, but they were definitely few and far between, those interactions, and I wanted more of them. So I'm glad that this is delivering on that front. So if memory serves, in the other version, we were going through some kind of underground dungeon type situations before we even got to that torture scene. So I think we've already kind of like skipped. Well, I mean, we definitely skipped the part where we pretend to be like a college professor or whatever to get to the dig site, to get to the underground stuff. I'm pretty sure it was like before all of this. But I could very easily be misremembering. I can't aim further left. Like, the cover's a little weird because it like locks you into a really narrow aiming angle. But, you know, it's pretty forgiving. Oh, car scene. X or up, drive forward. B button or down. Yeah, because this is like in case, because you're playing with stylus, so. Oh, this is kind of cool. So yeah, I can. Also, the red line is like my steering controls. I think the D-pad's going to be a little easier. Target's escaping. I mean, he's give it his best try. All right, this is pretty cool. All right, I do have a... That's right. I was like, wait, can I brake? Like, yeah, I can press down. Okay. All right, we caught up, sort of. All right, the timer, like, resets. This definitely feels more forgiving. Because that was the thing. The driving scenes in the other game were, like, very unforgiving a lot of the time. I have to jump over the gap, 007. All right. Must hit the jump straight with a lot of speed. Okay, this is not looking great. All right, sufficient speed. We got there. Oh, honking. I'm very excited to see what, how they will do the sort of the driving sequence I was talking about before, where you like demolish the entire city, chasing the weird like construction vehicle. It's obviously gonna be scaled down a bit, but if they can capture like the vibe of it, like this is pretty good. Chase the courier through the subways. I think the audio is maybe the biggest like dropping of the ball here. Like it's a cool sequence, but the audio is a bit shit. That was a cool stunt set piece. I think this was probably in the console game too, but I don't really remember the details. I just realized I have a health bar. That recover. I mean, I guess humans are organic, they will heal, cars won't. So that's perfectly logical. Have recoverable health when you're getting shot, but not when bumping into stuff with your car. Again, I think there might have been a subway part of the driving sequence in the console game, but it was, I'm pretty sure, not this extended. Pretty cool though. I feel like the driving controls are a lot easier here. Or you're through the dig site. All right. The thing too about the levels is like, because you don't get a mission debriefing or a menu screen or anything in between levels, I remember it being confusing after like the end of the first stream of the console game. I was like, well, we completed 2 levels. Then you look at the menu, like level select, and it was like, oh, the next level is level 7. Because each mission is like broken down into multiple stages, but the game doesn't show or tell you at all when you finish one stage and start another one. So I don't know if this is the same, where like the driving sequence is its own level or what. Because we do have the same like mission stuff on screen here. But yeah, what that does is that it's like it creates the situation where there's fewer natural like break points to sort of, you know, if I want to take a break or something, I'm like, oh, let me just finish the mission or whatever. Like, well, oh, what the? What was even the? I got a little reticle to shoot something, and the 007 marker didn't disappear, but direct the valves. Oh, it's like all the way over in the other room. He didn't die. There's intel obtained. Okay, there are hidden collectibles. Oh, all right. So you melee with the L button, but if you're not in melee range, hitting L will just shoot. The game, I guess, I don't know, maybe it seemed to indicate that you press L specifically, which would mean that pressing R will not melee. But that doesn't actually make sense if you're actually playing this on a DS, because you're not going to be able to reach the R button if you're playing with a right-handed stylus grip. So maybe I just like misread that or misinterpreted it, and it's either button and it's purely range dependent. Doesn't really matter, but I like that the pistols don't really have like a limited rate of fire, so you can just kind of mash. Controls are mostly fine. I remember for GoldenEye, hey, we got some proper dudes falling off roofs, at least. I opted to use button controls instead of stylus aiming, because the stylus aiming just didn't really work very well for my setup. But we did do stylus aiming in GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which is different from GoldenEye. The biggest issue here, which is something I do remember having an issue with there too, is like if I click and drag outside the window, I kind of lose the controls a little bit, but the sensitivity is high enough that that's not that big of a deal, and if need be, I could increase sensitivity more in the settings. But I mean, I can only judge how well it works for me with my... Yeah, I can't aim further left than this. That's so fucked up with the cover system. I can only judge how it functions for me right now, which is, you know, not necessarily representative for what it would be like playing on a real device. I kind of need to drop a... Oh, it's a weapon. Oh, it's like... Oh, okay. But I'm not, like, having any problems with it, really. But we'll see how it goes, like... Ultimately, it's a matter of how... That's so annoying. Like, enemies are dead, but they just have this very extended death animation where they shoot you. So far, you know, with the recovering health and everything, like, it's not demanding enough where, like, my inability to... Man, this looks good. Like, me being a little slow and clunky isn't getting me killed or, like, failing me anything. I can't aim further. Like, it's... This is fucked up. Like, the cover system doesn't really work. Because you can't necessarily even aim against the person you want to shoot at from behind cover. Okay, yeah, I can hit R to do the melee. It's the same thing as expected. But the aiming works surprisingly well for this kind of system. Like the relatively high and smooth frame rate helps for sure. The sensitivity is pretty well tuned, the default settings. And I like the fact that you can sort of mash to rapid fire the pistol. That feels very good.
He's seconds away. Stop him while I deliver the goods. Not to worry. I got this.
I remember a scene that looked a little bit like this. Getting kind of boss fight vibes here. Eliminate the henchman's leader. Do I jump into the arena? I guess so. Oh, there's a boss life bar. Dude, okay, this is pretty good. Okay, this might be a little chaos here. I'm just looking at the map and seeing a million targets.
Take it down.
This star is the guy I'm trying to kill. Emptying my magazine. I'm seeing the other like dots on the map, but I don't know if I've got any other people actually shooting me. Ignoring these guys seems like safer. When I engaged with the other enemies, I took way more damage. No, I mean, I could see that I was surrounded because the enemies are all visible on the map, but I can't really tell from the map if they are like popping out to shoot me or not. Like, it looks like they're all there, but they kind of aren't.
Take it down.
Alright, using my SMG ammo early on here to just deal a bunch of damage seems pretty good. When I'm like navigating an open space like this and have to like rotate around, the limitations of the controls are more apparent. because I have to make wider turns. Got him. But it still works all right. That was pretty cool. Yeah, it didn't take too many attempts. Istanbul complete. Okay. So that's the thing. Like, Istanbul's done, but that might have been multiple levels. But yeah, there were definitely the whole section where we were chased by this giant excavation machine underground. That whole part that was just not in this game. So I think we'll get the intelligence now to go to Russia. Meet the girl. Cinematics are fucking sick. Ultimate stoic underwater Daniel Craig.
I want a name. Who are you working for? Give me the name.
I don't know. I swear.
Let's try that again.
Pomarov. Stefan Pomarov.
What is it, 007? Did you intercept the research?
No, the researcher is dead. But I've got the name of the buyer.
Go on.
Pomarov. Stefan Pomarov.
See the name written out clearly when you can't barely make out the muffled voices? That's good.
Russian businessman. Nothing flagged, no police record, no unusual connections. According to the immigration data, he's in Monaco, due to leave on a flight to Moscow tonight.
There's the casino stuff first. That's right, I forgot about
I'm
that.
sending you his picture and file.
Got it. Let's get in touch with our best contact in Monaco.
I'm bringing up the list now.
See if he can stall Pomarov from leaving. Have him meet me at the bar in the casino. I'll be on the next flight out.
That's right, I forgot about this whole part. Camera angles. Ah, we got the tuxedo. Okay, I'm gonna pause the game. You actually have this sort of stealth, non-action part of the level, which we didn't get in Istanbul. All right, let me update here. So tuxedo, yes, we got that. We can add a point for fisticuffs. Driving car, we've done that now. No car gadgets, but car driving. Let's see here. Stunts, yeah, we did a big car jump over the open bridge. That counts for sure. That's a little stunt set piece. Gambling will likely add a half point for the theme of the casino as we go through the level, but that depends on how much of it we get to see. We add any other new things? Product placement, not quite. We have a very generic smartphone here. Bond in peril, not yet. Sexy ladies, probably over the course of this level, but not yet. Alright. Good. Trying a new thing here of updating the bond quotient spreadsheet as we go to keep things a little easier. Do kind of need to take a break for too long. Go to the bathroom if nothing else, but we'll push on a little further. Everyone's a little static. I reckon most of these guys, if not all of them, well, I guess all of them are just 2D, but you can't tell, right? Like the resolution, like it wouldn't make a difference if they were 3D anyway. Really nice. Pretty cool little sunset skybox too. Edge mace. When you need to be stealthy, you can double tap down to crouch down. This is funny because the console game actually didn't have, which I thought was like a good thing. It threw me off, but there is no like crouching or, you know, entering stealth mode, which you're kind of used to. Which meant that the game was like really forgiving when it came to walking up to thugs to sneak up on them. But we'll see how this works here then. We'll make no sound, but move slowly. You cannot use assault weapons. Don't know what that means. Like two-handed guns or... Oh, crouch mode engaged. Oh, okay, you're still pretty limber. You're not moving like annoyingly slow. The other thing that I really loved about the console Bloodstone was that whenever there was stealth, if you fucked it up, the penalty was never very harsh. Like, not only was shooting fun, so you didn't really mind getting into a shootout necessarily, but you also didn't spawn in like 65 new enemies. So if there's like a stealth room with 4 guys and you can take them out one at a time, you know, sneakily, if you take out 2 of them and then the 3rd guy sees you, then you fight the last 2 guys. You don't fight 6 other guys coming in, which is like how a lot of games do it. And I felt that was so refreshing. But we'll see how this game handles it. Bone of vision, you kind of figure that. The enemy suspects you're nearby. His vision cone will turn yellow. The enemy has spotted you. His vision cone will turn red. I'm pretty sure that hasn't been a thing in the other levels. Like, I guess it's only during stealth segments, because I'm pretty sure, at least I never noticed the vision cones changing colors before. Yeah, they will attempt to call for reinforcements. Animals. I mean, a system like this doesn't have to be bad, but it was refreshing to not have to worry about it. Because, like, a lot of the time, you know, you have systems that sort of the punishment and penalty is like disproportionate to the challenge, sort of, or something is just awkward to try to execute to the game's demands, and then like you're already frustrated that you can't do what you're trying to do, and then you get punished further. And then especially if that turns out to be an actual legitimate roadblock because the challenge is then too high, or if you have like instant fail states, like it increases the odds of it becoming a nuisance and a frustration. But we shall see. Although your pistol is equipped with a silencer, it can still alert nearby guards.
Who's there?
I saw an icon flash and I thought it was the takedown, but it was the cover icon. So I shot. But again, you know, it was not an instant fail or anything. I could still do the takedown, so it worked out. Of course, having the map and the vision cone and everything certainly makes the patrolling guards situation a little simpler. So I don't know if that guy's gonna like patrol back here. Look like it. Never mind. Oh. Little cinematic camera angles, pretty cool. Of course, the map doesn't really make it clear what's like a waist-high wall or full cover, but maybe it only shows like full cover. That's even like a meaningful distinction. Good hedge maze stealth music. In the console game, doing melee takedowns around corners was an incredibly powerful technique. Just...
What was that?
nothing.
Something there.
Okay, yeah, so he didn't like actually call for backup. The other guy clearly spotted me. He started shooting, but then that was it. So yeah, that actually does seem pretty similar to the other game, which is good. Checkpoint here, I think. Quite yet. Like he left himself open there, but then he started walking into the where the other guys are. That's the other thing. You can essentially like sneak up on guys from the front because they like they take a moment to react. As long as like you're close enough, like that can kind of work. These guys kind of look like they're, I guess I don't, yeah, okay, I was gonna say I don't know if they're on my plane. Oh yeah, they have very limited like vision cones, which is good. Like, this is fun. Like, that's the thing about stealth sequences like this, in my opinion, anyway. Trial and error to kind of figure out where the... Oh, checkpoint. You know, where the lines are drawn for what someone can and cannot see, or like, it's so easy to make it just super annoying. Whereas, like, sure, if there's zero challenge and you don't have to think about anything, it can turn into busy work. But if you have like cool animation and like the narrative progression of going through, like infiltrating this location or whatever it is, like, I think that can be pretty satisfying. Sure, it might not be super compelling on repeated playthroughs or whatever, but just going through the game, like, I'd rather have a smooth experience that's fun and cool than being like stuck on super strict stealth sneaking sections, you know. Security cameras are prevalent. Sneak past them or destroy them. Spotted reinforcement will come to flush you out. Yeah, so in the other game you hack them with your phone, but I guess that's not a factor here, or like something you can do. Phone is exclusively for... What the fuck? Exclusively for the pause menu. So did I fail something, or is this like a scripted thing? Rush to cover. I'm pretty sure that was not... Like, did the camera see me, or what happened there? No idea what happened there. Okay. The game's a little weird, a little glitchy, but you know, fine. I don't know if that was two guys or if it somehow turned into two guys when I choked the first one, but you know, Bond's got moves. It's fine. Yeah, we got a twofer. Bond moment. Yeah, okay, so it looks like there's cover here on the map, but it's a... Clearly it's a... counter. I was like trying to find the word. It's not a bench. A counter. This guy's like staring directly at me, so I'm not sure he's like on some kind of patrol route. Oh, okay. I was looking around because the map showed like it looked like the objective was behind me, but it's just gotta snake around here. Alright, fuck it, let's shoot this guy. Got arcade machines? Pretty sick. The explosion. Remember that we found a briefcase before, so there's like intel you can find and collect. I haven't found a lot of it, but don't really care. Pretty simple trick here, of course, like having just a scrolling texture to create like movement on the TV screens. Pretty nice. Checkpoint reached. Man, that's about fucking time. Probably a cutscene trigger with this door because there's stuff in this room. Weapons have been automatically holstered. In this lounge. Okay, so I guess they're not like enemies. They're just... Okay, yeah, they're just chefs. Alright, don't mind me, fellas. Pretty good. So sick having these little locations. I mean, I'm sure we're gonna fight our way back through here or a similar location soon enough, but I'm always a big fan of Bond games having these like non-action sections.
James, I almost didn't recognize you.
I'm sorry, have we met before?
I think once. Something in England. Nicole Hunter, my friends call me Nikki.
Nicole Hunter, you're a jewelry designer.
I've been called worse. It's girls, socialite.
It's nice to see you, Nicole.
Actually, Emset.
Interesting cover, but not an unpleasant surprise. What can you tell me about Pomerov?
Pomerov's waiting for you inside the casino. I convinced him to delay his trip because I had a player who could challenge him at Texas Hold'em poker. You'll have to keep winning until he runs out of cash. He'll send one of his goons to get more. You'll be able to follow him up to Pomerov's office.
Did you just say I have to beat him in poker?
I'm going to put on my war paint.
Or beat, make him lose at least. Everything just cleared out. I mean, that's pretty cool. I don't remember that being a thing in the other game, unless it happens in a cutscene. Because they were like in a meeting and we just like sneak around to find a hidden safe or something. Like, again, these could be pretty boring environments, but it's like pretty nice looking. Yeah, we got these like beautiful sunsets and shit. Alright. Do I just walk past? Ah! I'm getting stuck. No, like interacting with the guards or anything. We got, I mean, that's at least a half point for gambling. We can even, like, in the other game, we didn't even get to see any of the gambling this up close because we were like on this upper balcony level while the casino was downstairs, and we like remote hacked security guards with our phone to like steal their DNA eyeballs to open up locked doors or some shit. So we actually get to sort of mingle with the actual casino goers here in a different way, which is nice. I appreciate that. That's pretty cool. Sounds like we're doing some actual gambling of our own, but we'll see if A, that's actually true, or if we're gonna get kidnapped or thrown into a firefight or whatever. And even if we are doing some poker, if there's actual, we see it on screen and even maybe get to do any of it like
James, there you are.
in an interactive fashion.
Over by that table. He's expecting you.
Good. Let's not keep him waiting.
I don't remember really seeing this guy on screen in the other version, not looking like this anyway. Might have been in 2 seconds, and he's like been shown more prominently here because we even saw him during the briefing and everything. He's got a good villainous look to him.
Ah, you must be Miss Hunter's friend. She tells me you're quite skilled at Texas Hold'em. Care for a game?
It's your casino. You deal.
Enjoy the game, gentlemen. I'll be watching from over here.
All right, we're doing full-on gambling. This is fucking sick. I'm extra surprised because there's like actual dialogue here, where I would have just assumed that all the dialogue is purely taken from the other game. But this feels, I'd have to sort of recheck the tapes, but it feels like there's dialogue here that's relating to this, which is stuff that isn't in the other game at all. A rare occurrence here of full gambling minigame mechanics. We've had that before, but not that many times. Only like 2 or 3 times. Win all of Pomerov's money to win the game. Do this by watching Pomerov closely. Learn his tell to figure out when he's bluffing. Oh shit. Alright, chat's gonna have to help me out here maybe. This is a game, I mean, I'm sure they're not gonna make it overly difficult, but I'm excited nonetheless. This is a game of Hold'em where both you and Pomerov share cards on the table. Try to match to your own cards. Watch Pomerov's motions carefully to match his actions to detect if he's bluffing. All in all the time? We'll see. I'm not sure what happens if we lose, if there's like a checkpoint for this section or what, but... New hand. Blinds, please. Like, I'm not even really sure what I'm looking out for. Okay. Check or bet, sir. Okay, so we like press the button here to like advance things. So we got 2 pairs. Oh yeah, I guess we okay, so we just okay. They're kind of streamlining things a little bit here. We get the 5 shared cards like at the same time. So we just have to look at him to see if he's looking at his cards. He's like, ah, and did this with his fingers. So that's what he did, and he raised 2 pairs is not a particularly impressive hand, but we'll just keep going. Calls yellow. I don't know if that's just because it's the default or if it's like encouraging me to do that, but increase the bet. Okay, so if he does whatever he just did, I guess that means he's not bluffing, and he will do a different thing if he's bluffing. If he does the same thing, I'll assume that he has a good hand. So we have 3 of a kind, which is better than 2 pairs, but not amazing. Palmerov plays first here. Okay, so he went, oh. So that might be a bluff. It's not the same move as before. Okay, I'll bet again. One bets, Mr. Pomerov. Folds. Okay. So we didn't get to see, but he folded. We spooked him. So I guess that means touching fingers will just fold, and stroking his throat or beard or whatever, we're good. Unless he's got more gestures, we'll see. Obviously, again, like, it makes sense that they would keep this very simple. Not supposed to be like a poker challenge per se. But it's like a little goofy, but it's still cool. So, okay, yeah, I thought we had a flush for a second. We do not, but we have, what do we have? 1 pair? We got a shit hand. Okay, and he probably has a good hand. He's not very good at poker, is he? So we don't have anything, like, we could bluff him into whatever, but that's probably not how this would work, so I'll just fold. So he had, yeah, he had pair of jacks. So he didn't actually have a good hand at all. It just happened to be a better hand than we had. So we, you know, we made the right move here. Again, they're keeping things extremely basic. We're still on the back foot here, but... So we have... Pair of... I guess what we have doesn't really matter. Because he does this. And he will, like, he will just bet whatever, I guess. So, if we are to trust what we've learned, that means that we can... I don't know if calling will, like, make him increase his bet or something, but... The idea of calling and betting multiple rounds is a little bit diminished by just having every card on the table immediately. But so far, the implication appears to be, if he does that, he's gonna lose. And if he does the finger thing, he's gonna win. So I guess we bet, even though we have a pair of aces, which is not... Well, let's see if it's, like, if it's consistent, we should win if we bet. Yeah, he folds. And he had pair of jacks, yeah. I mean, not that it would matter what he has, because he folded. Like, that's another fucked up thing. Like, the fact that we... Well, fucked up. It's not really reflective of how this would work. If he folds, we shouldn't see his hand. But maybe he's being generous and just tells us what his hand was. Alright, we've taken the lead. I mean, similar to what I was talking about this stealth, this is not a particularly deep challenge, but the theme of it is still, like, so cool to go through this. Okay. I like that his hand turns into some kind of a croissant when he's doing whatever that is. We've got 3 of a kind, which is, like, one of the more powered hands that we've ever done. So he checks. Like, the thing is, like, I feel like I want to bait him into betting bigger. Because if I bet, he just folds. Let's try that, I guess. Let's check and see what happens. Because he's not gonna, like, fold if I don't. Okay, we just don't do anymore then. There's no, like, multiple rounds, I guess. I mean, we still won. Oh, shit. New camera angles? That's cool. Unexpected this far into it. Alright, we have a flush. So let's see what he's got. Does he have a... Yeah, he's got a little croissant hand. So he bets. Again, like, is there, like, if it's a showdown, regardless if I call or bet, like, what difference does it make? Me putting more money into the pot, like, what different? I guess he can. What could happen, I guess, is if I call, he bets instead of folding, but he's probably not going to do that. I don't know. Let's bet. Up dispatch. Would Bond ever play Mahjong? I reckon he's skilled in many forms of gambling. And also, Ingvar's greetings. This is sick. I like this. He folds. Flush. Mr. Bond wins. Okay, so like 2 more hands, maybe 3, depending on how. Oh, I guess if he gets a good hand, it'll win back the blind. So we have a 3 of a. Actually, we have a full house. So he. Okay, so this is actually interesting. He's indicated that he has a good hand, but we have a pretty good hand too. But if we are to assume, like, he could have a pair of kings, right? According to the game's mechanics, it's not really a question of whether he is confident in his hand or not. It's like whether he has a better hand than you. So I'm going to fold. I'm going to trust my instincts that the game mechanics is taking precedence over poker's sense. So he had Queen King. Oh yeah, right, of course. Well, that's what I meant, I guess. I didn't. My brain was off. No. No, if he had pair of kings, he would still have a full. But whatever, he still had a stronger full house, so he had a better hand than me. So we made the right choice. The blinds just like don't increase either, I guess. We can just loop this forever if we just would take turn folding. I am 4 of a kind, so that's pretty good, but yeah. Oh, he's all in. Okay, he's he's saving us a bit of time. Sure. 4 of a kind. So what did he went all in on a flush, I guess. Well, whatever, we did it. That was fun.
Victor,
that was cool.
Go to my safe. Bring me some chips and cash.
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me.
What? You're walking away on a winning streak?
No, I'll be coming back to a winning streak after I get some fresh air.
Nikki, my darling, come, commiserate with me. Let me look on something beautiful, so I can forget my losses.
Oh, Clifford. You always had a way with words.
That was sick. Oh, well, okay. So Bond just sprinted out of the room, and then after the cutscene, he's just like actually just standing there. What's our objective? Hail Pomerov's henchman to the lobby elevator. Oh, I can. I was gonna say, if I can double tap down to crouch, can I double tap up to run? I actually can. I didn't realize that. He might have told me, but... Extremely elaborate hotel casino resort with 3 floors. That's pretty good. Whoa. Camera angles just going crazy. Make your way to Parmov's private suite undetected. We've got stealth maze. Crouch mode. So I guess that sort of beige view cone over there is the camera. The view cone, of course, doesn't really give a good indication of the range, how far anyone can see. Oh, that guy can't see me from over here. That seems fine. Peek through here. I'm mainly like looking more at the map than the game. Oh, checkpoint reached. Nope. No one suspects a thing. Undetected. I'm so happy. It's so refreshing that the stealth is so forgiving. It's like the polar opposite of The World's Not Enough on Game Boy Color, which has the most absurdly insane stealth mission I've ever encountered in my life. Where it's like a 25-minute level with no checkpoints. And also, if an enemy spots you, you're instant game over. Like, it's fully ridiculous. So, I guess there is something over there. There might be like hidden intel, which I'm not going to care about. There's a guy patrolling this hallway on the map. An entire game's worth of level. Yeah, that game is not good, but that level in particular is just like shockingly egregious. I'm not. Luckily, my slow crawling stealth movement speed is faster than the guards patrolling walk speed, which is good. Makes the experience smooth and convenient. Not sneaking past these guys, I suspect. Unless I create a distraction of some kind. Or climb outside. Discover a way to enter Pomerov's suite from the outside. Yeah, so we kind of did this in the other game too. Didn't really play out this way, but similar kind of. Well, we're out like climbing on the balcony in the courtyard or whatever. I guess that's not exactly what we're doing here, but well, maybe. I don't know if stealth is as required here. Fine. Yeah, the QTE melee indicator is confusing because there's like one type of graphic to show you which direction you're supposed to press. I think that's like the golden outline. And the blue highlight on the D-pad itself is like showing you what you are pressing. So if you press the wrong direction, like it'll show you what my brain will register as like a prompt, but it's literally just showing you what you are pressing. So it's quite easy to get a little confused about seeing what's like your mistake and interpreting it as an instruction for what you're meant to do. Like maybe there might be a collectible here, but nope. I thought there was a thing we could shoot, but I think we might have been a little far away, so maybe sneak a little closer. Oh, I'm shooting a fucking bell or some shit? I guess that's... Thought I was dropping something on someone, but... Whatever that was supposed to do, I don't think it worked. He like noticed something and started walking, but it... I don't know. I was hoping for something a little... well, a little something. Climbing? Oh yeah. He's like looking at the camera. I was like, you bet. Oh, okay. I thought we were like climbing around that thing, but I guess that was just like the outside wall of the level perimeter. Alright, so I guess we're in his quarters. I think those... Yeah, okay, the vision cones turn red, but they didn't abandon their post. Like standing there, looking at the TV. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about stealth. So the 360 game had like achievements for clearing some of these sections without being detected once. So there could be something like that in this game too. But it's not like it matters for progression's sake if you fuck up or not, which I'm very, you know, I'm very okay with that. Like a private safe. Crack Pomerov safe. Oh, do we get touch control mini games? Oh, sure do. Okay, touch the touchscreen. Bond. Use the stylus to move the smartphone around the surface of the safe until the phone lights up green. Okay, this is how safe cracking works. Guessing yellow is... Oh. 60 seconds. What? I didn't read the instructions, by the way. Go clockwise because you don't want to go. I'm not looking at the number. I'm only looking at the color. Yeah, we got like 29 seconds left, I think. Oh, it shows you the number on the top left. Okay, that was cool. But it's a little fucked up that for a game that stops to give you tutorial instructions 100 times, this time it like enables the timer and then shows you the instructions.
So, I will ask again. What was the nature of
This research, I told you. We were investigating anthrax
and there was no way to militarize them.
to turn them into weapons instead of cures. No! No? So, why...
And these documents and code.
I told you, I was working at home.
What is the password?
Go complete.
Phone number. My phone number. Thank you.
So we don't even have to fight our way out of there, which is like half the level
Bond, are you there?
Right
in
here.
the other game.
Nicole, do you mind if 007 and I speak privately for a moment? This is a need to know.
Of course. No problem.
We can talk. What did you find out?
We've translated all the documents you photographed in Pomerov's office this afternoon. It appears that most of them were invoices for highly sophisticated chemical manufacturing equipment. They were to be delivered to a defunct chemical refinery he's recently brought back online in Siberia.
Makes perfect sense. They tortured Tedworth, the researcher, for the code to his bio-research formulas. He was working on anthrax and smallpox antidotes for troops in the field, but they could just as easily be weaponized.
That's what we're afraid of. You've got to get there, confirm what we think he's up to and stop him. Perhaps Miss Hunter can help you facilitate this.
Yes, I'll talk to her.
Good. Good luck, 007.
You finished?
I have to take a look at Pomerov's refinery in Siberia. Em thought you might be able to help facilitate things. I'm gonna need a flight, ground transportation, a local contact,
Wait,
and...
I told Pomerov I'd get back to him about his business proposal. So it's the perfect cover to get the two of us into the refinery.
The two of us? Em said facilitate, not the company.
Well, how do you think I'm going to get you to Siberia?
Oh, let me guess. A friend of yours owns a plane?
You're going to love it. It's got the most unbelievable circular beds.
Why am I not surprised?
What? You'll be enjoying all that stuff alone. I'll be in the cockpit flying the plane.
Bond, like, no comment. Oh, alright, and we're here. We don't start in the parking lot like in the console game. Mission accepted.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
I just can't believe Pomerov would be involved with something evil. He's always been like an uncle to me.
Just do as I told you. Follow the plan, and we'll be all right. This isn't all fun and games.
I like that the elevator door is like slamming shut, bouncing.
I'm here to see Stefan Pomrov.
Standing there with automatic weapons in the reception is pretty good. I'm gonna pause here and I'm gonna pause the timer. That will go on a short break. So I think we're pretty much like halfway through the game. I think the chances of us actually finishing this game today are pretty good, barring any unforeseen roadblocks in terms of massive difficulty spikes. If memory serves, this is kind of where stuff gets a little crazier. I mean, there's been a few crazy bits in like Istanbul in the console game that we didn't really see here. But so the this level, it starts with you like sneaking around, gathering a little bit of intel, and then it's like, oh, it turns out that this facility is actually secretly a mega bioweapon like factory. So we should probably explode this giant factory. You do that, and there's like this big... I remember because I was getting stuck, like it was a checkpoint. I hadn't taken many deaths, but then we died like 5 times in the same spot of like having to fight 50 guys while we were like waiting for her to show up and get us out of there. And there was like a driving scene after that. And then that leads into like hijacking Pomerov's hovercraft when he's like trying to escape, and you go in, like it's a whole crazy thing. I'm very excited to see, not necessarily like, oh, I wonder what that level is like here, because I don't want to assume that that level is going to be in here as a level, but that sequence of events and that like crazy escalation, I'm curious how they translate that entire sequence to this game. But yeah, because I think once we're done in Moscow, you go to Bangkok, or like you go to Thailand, I think, and if memory serves, like that's where you have the crazy car chase. There's like the rooftop level. At some point you get like captured by the bad guy, and actually it starts, I guess, when you go to the aquarium to talk to the informant or whatever, which leads directly into the rooftop chase, which leads into the crazy car chase. And then I think after that is you go to somewhere else in Asia. I think it's like the final location for the last couple of levels. So I guess we'll see. It depends a little bit. Like parts of the first half have been a little truncated here, and it's possible that the second half is less truncated. It's possible that it's more truncated. It'd be easier to judge if we had like a level select menu to look at or something, but it's not important. We'll keep going for as long as we want to, and we'll just be able to have a rough, like having the console game as a point of reference, we'll be able to have a vague sense of how far into the game we are and how much is left, which is, you know, not something we had for the other game, and it sort of just ended very abruptly. But I want to say that the last section was relatively lengthy as far as like number of missions, but we'll see. I'm gonna mute that, and I'm gonna prepare a little BRB scene, and I will be back in a couple of minutes to hail the guard to the security station remaining undetected, and then take things from there. See you guys in a little bit. All right, I am back. Get ourselves situated, organized, ready to go. What's up, Goaty _? Happy Saturday and welcome, welcome. Myself a cup of coffee. Well, that's still a little hot. Well, that solve itself with a little bit of time. Get some game audio back. Boom. And let us resume the timer and resume the game. Tail the guard to this. That's right. Investigate and prevent Pomerov's terrorist activities. Hang on, let me. The guard. I'm just looking at the map. Follow this guy. Oh shit! Okay. I see. Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't, I guess, fully realize I was in enemy territory. Okay, so I think it's like the... Was it the receptionist that discovered me? I'll like keep looking back. Okay. Luckily I've got like a sixth sense sort of thing going on. The little gray things are... Nope. Fine. Nope, there isn't. He gonna like... No, he's gonna return. Is he gonna continue from over there? Luckily I have functional crouching. Lets me hide behind this. Luckily not in any kind suspicious. I guess the cone does indicate the range of their vision too, so that's helpful. But yeah, you kind of end up just staring at the map. I'm not really looking at the top screen at all. But like, I'm assuming he's gonna go through something kind of locked door. Well, okay, I mean, I'm in here now, so capacitate. I can do that. Don't. I've got him. Yep. All that works. Little cutscenes are so sick, though. Okay, hack into the subnet terminal to locate the prime. Sorry, what? Hack into the subnet terminal to locate the primary computer database. Good stealth agent. Yeah, but it's so satisfying that like the margin of error is extremely wide, so you can like fuck up a little bit and still, you know, if you've got sort of the right idea, the game's like, good enough. That's fine. We'll just move along. Like, no need to, you know, be overly pedantic about how perfectly this needs to be done. All right, more touch input minigames here. For smartphone, like the smartphone, the capital P, allows you to hack into enemy computer terminals spawned. Complete the circuit to access the enemy terminal. So this would have been like the 12th time we used phone hacking in the other game, but it's the first time here, I guess. Oh shit, okay. This is a bit different. Create a completed circuit from the yellow hack node to the 4 blue database nodes. Use the stylus to touch the circuit tile, rotating it to the right. Okay. Solid wide line. Okay, so it's pretty basic stuff. So can we... I guess it's the colors of the grid is just a color to like separate the tiles. It's probably not differentiating between which ones are rotatable and not, yeah. Might work. So like, because this is the only tile, like that's obviously, it's gonna need to be this to connect this way. Wait, what kind of tile is this? The noise. Hack successful. Primary computer database located. All right. Head for the manufacturing wing. Trying to remember. So, like in the original game, there's a somewhat extended sequence of doing the hacking stuff, or like finding the security details. Like you need to impersonate a person, so you need to like collect their voice and eyeballs or whatever it is. And fingerprint, you need to like get their fingerprint off a glass or something. And then you hack into, or you get into the central computer room or something, and then when you're doing the hacking from there, you're like discovered, so guards start pouring in, and then you have to escape, and then you're like, well, let's explode the entire facility. But here it kind of sounds like, well, we'll see. I guess it's fine for me to walk around with guns. It's not a worry that there's like other people here. Other guy down the hall staring directly at me, none the wiser.
Who's that?
Nothing. Perfect stealth. Feels really jarring to suddenly hear footstep noises because I stood up. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. Normally you would have footstep noises. I think I heard the gunshots or the bullet impacts or something. That's why it were yellow there for a moment.
Who's there?
That basically worked. I mean, I guess no one else noticed, so... that guy's just like diligently guarding his station. I'm definitely not very confident about sort of sniping dudes at a distance to take them out with a single shot. I think you can do that in the other game, and you probably can do that here too, but it's pretty easy to mess up.
What was that?
Get me reinforcements now, over!
Obviously, I started attacking him before he finished that, but I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out if there's going to be company here. Yeah, sometimes his walking animation just glitches out like that. But yeah, funnily, the stealth takedowns are easy to kind of mess up here too, but again, thankfully, it doesn't really matter. I'm very happy that they sort of captured that aspect of the other game. Hack into the... Okay, yeah. So this is kind of like the other version now. Get into this. I basically jogged up to him. I did not sneakily stealth my way there at all. Still worked just fine. I do remember the other game, like shooting out cameras, like works to have the camera not see you. But it's like you... I don't remember the specifics of how it worked, but either destroying the camera made people take notice, or there's like a noise or something, but you were highly discouraged from shooting cameras rather than hacking them with your phone. But here it seems to not be that big a deal. Which is not a bad thing. I mean, obviously, the other game was sort of built around it. We don't have the camera hacking here, I guess. Again, for a great facility, good. I like the verticality. But it's always kind of fun and satisfying to shoot out cameras. Of course, there's not really much of a, you know, suspense element of discovering where the cameras are and being careful not to walk into them because they're marked on the map and very straightforward, but still. I guess we aren't even going here. It just seemed like what we were supposed to do. Continue down. Like a relatively big space here. Okay, I think I'm like the reticle is like seeing enemies through the ceiling here. Can't crouch down further though. I can clearly. Can I shoot that to take out multiple cameras? Yep, I guess so. Whatever that thing was I shot. A little explosion box on the wall. Oh, I kind of remembered this. This is where there's like electrified floors and stuff. Like sneak around this whole thing, I think. That was not a stealth takedown, by the way, but I guess that doesn't matter. Dude, alright, he was pretty attentive. I like that he like put his hand up to his ear like he was radioing. Little animation for calling for backup, but took him out. Satisfying. Reached. I can't be bothered getting too in the weeds of figuring out their patrol patterns. Like, the opportunity presents itself to sneak up and choke him out, I'll do it, but like a 50-50 chance of aligning myself correctly to execute it properly anyway. See, he was turning around, so I didn't get the stealth takedown. I don't know if the icon's different. I'm like not looking out for the right icon. But I mean, it's not like the game makes a very meaningful distinction between stealth takedown and non-stealth takedowns anyway, so...
We have him over here.
Oh, shit. Gonna mash the shoot button. Go into the melee sequence, which gives me iframe, so... They can pile up all they want.
We have him.
I guess it's like spawning more dudes, though. There's a little bit of a problem. Okay. They like heard me because I hit the wall when I shot the gun trying to shoot out the camera. We just got a steady stream of spawning enemies, but you know, I'm Bond, so it's fine. Worked itself out. You know, I'm just glad to not have big roadblocks. Red goes red. Okay, that was the camera. Having stoic Daniel Craig's gigantic noggin covering half the screen can be a little bit of a impediment, but no, nothing too bad. In fact, in general, getting through this sequence, I mean, getting through the game, every sequence is, compared to the other game, a little streamlined, a little simplified, a little shorter, which I'm very happy with. Like, in terms of playing this game in and of itself, if I got this game for the DS, completely irrespective of playing the other version, yeah, you know, it's a pretty, presumably, ultimately short, simple game. But now, my main sort of interest in this game is essentially seeing how they translated all these things from the other game.
Something there. Over here.
And like, I'm happy to do that in this kind of digest fashion where each level is represented, but in a shorter, simpler form. So you kind of get the gist of it and go, oh yeah, that's cool. And then I'm like happy to move on. But I am excited to see if the whole hovercraft chase hijacking action level represented, and if so, how. And we might be getting a cool cinematic for the kind of the end of that level.
Over here.
Nope. Fine. Aim. Like the guard was essentially looking directly at the camera, and I guess he didn't notice multiple bullet impacts, even if he couldn't hear the gunshots. Fucking bulletproof camera, dude. Oh, there we go. At least one stealth takedown. And yeah, I could confirm it didn't change the icon. It was still the fist. So I'm not sure if it was like the direction, like you have to be behind them and not to the side of them, or if there's some other range or something that determined whether I was able to get a stealth takedown or a non-stealth takedown. I guess it's straight. I don't know what it is that triggers it, but a lot of the time he'll, yeah, this animation will just like stutter weirdly instead of playing out properly. Bond, crack the central computer to get access to Pomerov's plans. Oops, wrong button. Okay, that's straightforward. There's only one solution to that. This. That'll work too. This. Ways. It. There's a timer. I didn't. Fuck. There we go.
Go on to MI6.
Okay. Find an adequate phone signal. Okay. Do that.
Bond here.
Where are you, 007? What the hell's going on?
Pomerov's refinery. It's worse than we suspected. He's built an
Gunship boss fight.
Are you there? Come in, 007. Are you there?
This is pretty different. 007, Pomerov's security detail has spotted you and dispatched an attack helicopter to finish you off. This is awesome. Like, there's no big helicopter fight or anything here, but so we kind of skipped the whole part of like fighting our way through the facility and blowing it up and everything. I mean, I guess that could be after this, I guess. I don't know. You do have that like sequence of holding off guards while you wait for Nicole to show up with her car to rescue you. But this seems to be kind of in place of that, because Istanbul had that little boss fight, so I reckon this is kind of the equivalent of that. But I wonder if this is a puzzle boss fight, or I have to find some kind of turret or rocket launcher or something. Yeah, put a stop to Pomerov's plans by taking up the helicopter and destroying the refinery. Okay, so we might as well just do that while we're at it. Okay, no, I just shoot the helicopter with my pistol and it's doing damage, but I don't have a lot of ammo, so yeah, makes sense. Come on, pick up. Okay, yep. Hello. Oh. Did I hit it? Okay, it just does not do a lot of damage. Got a pretty generous hurt box though. Spawn a new dude. I'm trying to do melee. Found him. Yeah, I wonder where I might have been. Okay. Good. Switch to G. Load. Wrong button. Only got 4 rockets for some reason, but... Luckily, the helicopter's got shit aim, so I can kind of safely run out of the open. Which, again, prevents this from being too horrifically annoying. You know, I can eke out a couple of pixels of damage here, why not? The corner. Okay, we got 5 RPG shells this time. Hello. All right, sick. That was actually cool. We've done many similar encounters in various Bond games. Fucking walking away from the explosion. That's fucking sick. But this is like probably the most fun, least annoying one of these. All right, start just a big chain reaction. Oh, do we have to escape? Getting some obstacles popping up here. This is incredible. I was wondering how like this whole big set piece thing would translate to the DS graphics.
Are you alright?
Get out of that office and meet me outside with the car running as quickly as possible.
I'm impressed, I have to say. There's a little bit of action set piece escape, but it's still streamlined and simplified compared to the other game, which is good. Pick up anything else? No. Action escape music. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. We've got a whole bunch of dudes. Yeah, I like that he plays his death animation of shooting back, but he was like, he had his back turned. He's got a rifle, but I can't collect it, I guess. These guys weren't using pistols, but I still only collect pistol rounds from them. Gotta like wait for a second for the prompt to show up. Up NPC. This is from the developer of GoldenEye on the DS, NSpace. I believe those are the only 2 games developed. I mean, the only 2 Bond games by NSpace. You can look up the developers on the spreadsheet if you type !007 in chat. I don't have all the data immediately off the top of my head. But Quantum of Solace was a different developer. Can't remember. I guess Rogue Agent was also on the DS, and that was, I think, someone else as well. But there's a lot of similarities, not in the like controls or gameplay necessarily, but like the visual presentation and the cutscenes and stuff between this and GoldenEye. Yeah, McCall, I'm curious how that'll shake out, but I strongly, like, So far, I guess the little poker intermission was something that's like kind of unique to this version. I don't remember that really being a thing at all in the other game. But in terms of like having the story end, still got that in a like totally different way or anything. It's not something I expect. But I mean, any differences are always interesting to observe. So we'll see. But I would expect it. Like, I mean, Song of Solace had this interesting sort of ending to it, but with a little puzzle boss fight of sorts. But normally I wouldn't expect the handheld version to have like a more satisfying anything, at least in terms of like, you know, the narrative and the amount of levels and the sort of set piece nature. Like, there's many aspects that are very commonly sort of stripped down in scope compared to the console games. And sometimes you get cool stuff like the GBA version, the Nightfire final boss fight when you're on the space station, which was actually surprisingly awesome. Not necessarily cooler than the console version, but still a very good interpretation of that, which was shocking considering how much of the game had been sort of stripped out to that point. Like, I never expected them to even attempt to recreate that stage, and they did, and you know, admirable job of it. But in terms of like over delivering something we didn't get in the other versions, that's not really something I would expect. But I'm, you know, intrigued to find out. Oh, finally we can. I guess all the rifles feel very similar. Stomp on him. Oh, reload. Let's just keep going. And like in the tutorial opening stuff, it seemed like the health recovery was a little sort of sluggish. I mean, it is, but it ultimately doesn't matter. Get some intel. It's like the second one on in the entire game, and it was like really in plain sight. A lot of dudes down there. Yeah, I figured the moment I noticed that there seemed to be an amount of dudes greater than like 2, like, you know, there's probably going to be some kind of Bond moment thing I can shoot and feed. One thing that this game doesn't give us too much problem with, unlike some of the other handheld shooters, is that it doesn't throw a lot of enemies at us that are like so far away that I can't even make them out, and then like my guns are so shit that I can't hit anything, but they keep sort of sniping me.
I told you to get out.
I tried.
Stay down and keep close.
Like high-pitched, panicked Daniel Craig that doesn't sound anything like him. That's pretty funny. I guess we can try the cover mechanics and see if we can actually hit anything. But because you can't aim closer to the wall than this, it's like, well, it's a little bit limited. So you couldn't hit this guy, for example. Can I? I'll hit him, I guess. I killed like one person with that, I think. Did I hit it? Did I? Yeah, I hit it. Oh, well, she's out running there, so I guess we're fine. All right, driving controls on screen. So,
Yeah, I think so.
oh yeah, we have to catch the train.
He ran off. I saw him get onto the train that delivers the chemicals to the port. His men
Like
were
fucking
letting
hearing
him
the dialogue, but
We've got to stop him before he gets those bioweapons out of the country. Hang on.
off. Are you crazy?
Like I said, this isn't all fun and games.
like the physics of the driving are a little like just sort of sticking to the ground in a way. But it's still cool. I'm impressed with how the degree to which they're kind of recreating the, because this was also a frustrating but still very exciting driving level. So we're not getting a targets getting away counter. So we must be like close enough. But obviously I can't see what we're chasing, and I don't have a good sense of where... Oh, well, there's the train. I can say of where I or anything else is in relation to anything else. Okay, just some burning rocks. Everything is just falling over. I'm not sure if this is a direct consequence of the facility exploding or what's happening here, but... And of course the audio, just like this very droning engine noise, doesn't really give you the feel of, you know, of that sort of adrenaline, excitement chase. I mean, I guess there's like exciting music somewhere there in the background, but I can't hear it over the... So like, you know, the audio is definitely letting down the excitement levels of these sequences. Yeah, the visuals overall in the console version is great, but the driving levels were definitely like the standout sort of set piece moments of the game. All right, Pormov has a second helicopter that's going to destroy us. Keep a watch on where the helicopter fires first, then swerve to the left or right to avoid the barrage. I'm not sure if I can like make sense of that instruction, but like, don't drive directly through the line of fire. Like, I'm not sure if I'm really capable of swerving, but I can turn left or right, or at least attempt to. Drive under here. Hopefully that tanker is like bulletproof. Sick. So in the console game, you drive over all these like ice sections that were very annoying because it was like super hard to tell. Like you're sort of driving across this frozen body of water, and there's like full of, I guess pits isn't the right word, but it's like you have to drive where there's ice and not water, or you just die instantly. But it's like visually super hard to distinguish. But none of that. I guess he just crashes into it. That was sick.
Are you all right?
I think I broke my wrist.
Here, let me see. This should work until we can get you to a doctor.
You really did turn out to be my bodyguard.
I've still got some mopping up to do here.
Almost seaplane. As logical and earnest a production like this is still just so much less interesting than the GBA stuff, where the tie-in game would be some totally unique 2D thing. I don't think that's all that applicable to Bond specifically. Wrong button. It's like Nightfire is a first-person shooter. I guess Everything or Nothing is this like isometric thing, but even then, like it's like a very unexciting game. Because it's like 2 hours long and skips over a lot of what's cool and interesting about it. Like it doesn't really recreate set pieces or anything. It does, I guess, deviate more from the original, but it like, which in itself has like a degree of novelty to it. But you know, as a general idea, you know, not speaking specifically necessarily about Bond, I don't disagree, but it depends. I think this is like different enough that it still retains some of that novelty to it. I think this is like a more interesting deviation from the console game than the GoldenEye game was. Because that's the other thing, like a lot of the time these are just like really scaled down and really just missing a lot of stuff. I'm sure there are other better examples of what you're talking about, with just a totally different 2D game that has its own like impressive production values with a totally different visual direction. But But there aren't like any cool 2D Bond action platformers or something that have like totally, you know, it's like the mobile phone version of Quantum of Solace, which was really cool. There's no like GBA equivalent of that for that film or any other Bond stuff. But like there was maybe a little bit more of that, even if the games weren't very good. But when we did the Batman project, a good couple of the PS2 Xbox era Batman games had GBA games. Like Batman Begins, I think at least, was like a 2D action platformer kind of a deal. Got him. And there was like Rise of Sin 2 and the Batman Vengeance, I forget. Like that's a more like typical representation of what you're describing. But I'm not sure what would be an example that I can think of where that's like actually really good. I'm sure there are plenty of examples. I just, again, not sure what I would pick like off the top of my head. All right, that was pretty cool. I'm kind of glad that we didn't have the lengthy hovercraft turret section, because that shit was way too long and kind of tedious. Now we're just on the hovercraft or the seaplane or whatever. The other thing with the GBA era, like with DS, like the Thor game by WayForward, that's like a pixel 2D action platform. I mean, it's a WayForward DS game. Like, I'm sure that's a better game than the PS3 game. They also, of course, did The Brave and the Bold for Wii and DS, and the DS version is like, I vastly prefer that one. It's still like a pretty simple, short game that with not a lot to it, but the Wii Brave and the Bold is so like really stretched out and gets kind of tedious. So the DS game being a quicker affair with like sweet pixel art just makes it more appealing to me. But with the GBA, like, you get a lot of, you know, horrible CG sprite stuff that just is atrocious to look at. And on DS, you do end up with a lot of, you know, 3D graphics, or, you know, I feel like there's not as many companies like WayForward who do like fancy, sick pixel art. Dude, am I hitting that guy, or am I shooting the... I can't shoot past the wall I'm taking cover behind. The cover system is just like broken. Did I ever play the GBA Around the World in 80 Days? I don't think I did for when I did my Jackie Chan themed streams, but I have played it. I think I played it when it came out. I don't really remember it at all, but I feel like it's the kind of game that wouldn't be very memorable. I might have for that, but I don't remember doing it. But again, it might just be that unmemorable. I definitely remember playing the GBA Jackie Chan Adventures game, which is like a tedious beat 'em up with ugly CG sprites. They're kind of like cartoon filtered CG sprites, but it's not like pixel art. Looks fucked like a beat 'em up platformer with mythologies digitized sprites. That seems crazy. Like, I know that I've played it, at least like booted it up, but that would have been when it was current, because at the time I remember I would like, maybe not on a weekly basis, but on a regular basis, like I would keep track of like GBA scene releases as they were coming out. Oh, just a little toilet. And that would have been enough on my like, I remember seeing the movie.
Kill him now!
Bomb plans to crash the Ekranoplane. 2 minutes to stop Bomb Rob. Okay, boss fight. a bit messed up. Oh shit, is my cover exploding? Landed like a solid hit. I try to get out of cover. Alright. Kind of weird. But yeah, that makes me curious to to look that up for sure. But it's a shame. Like, I guess I don't know exactly what I would want from a like 2D Bond game, because ultimately I don't think the first person shooters fully like capture everything I want either. Of course, you could imagine something that is like the 2D equivalent of an Everything or Nothing or whatever. I mean, I don't know exactly what that would be, but just a, you know, a game where you jump and shoot. I mean, I guess something like Quantum of Solace on mobile, honestly, where you know, you've got a little bit of stealth, avoiding guards, a little bit of combat, but you know, with a little more mechanical sophistication. The Game Boy game is for sure like, I guess what I'm thinking of is something that has a bit more action, or like what is a side view perspective Bond action game like? I mean, you're not wrong. The Game Boy game is insanely cool. It's more a matter of me like catching myself thinking like, oh, it's, you know, it's a shame that we didn't get like, there's the Mega Drive game and the Master System game, which I like both of those fine. I mean, the Master System I really liked. But there's like not a Super Nintendo Bond game or like a PS1 pixel art side scroller Bond game. I don't know, whatever. It's like the Bond license being essentially in limbo, or the Bond property, like between, like for the entire first half of the 90s, Bond was just like not an ongoing concern, which obviously misses like the entire time window for like sick 16-bit games. And then the first thing that happened after that was GoldenEye, which sort of set the template for what people want and expect. So then you're kind of almost locked into first-person shooters and first-person shooter adjacent styles of game. So my instinct is to say, like, man, it's such a shame we didn't get like a Super Nintendo action James Bond game. But that's what's prompting the question in my head of like, what would I want from that? I'm not exactly sure, but I guess I could picture something like, I don't know, I was gonna say like the Super Nintendo Alien 3, not something that plays like that necessarily, but something that is like action-y with a bit of adventuring and a bit of, you know, narrative and puzzle solving, something like that. But yeah, of course, like something like Quantum of Solace, but with the like extrapolating from that, like you're saying, the scale of the production, like something that has, you know, more budget and developers working on it and doesn't have to fit into like 64 kilobytes or whatever. That would be cool for sure. But yeah, I mean, having a like, you know, the DS games as well, they're like, that's the other thing, there aren't any unique DS games, or GBA games for that matter. Like, by unique I mean like the Game Boy DS game, or the Game Boy James Bond game, is not an adaptation of anything else. It's just a game that was designed for the Game Boy. But all of the DS and GBA ones are like adaptations of console games, which means that they were beholden to the design of those games in terms of the structure and the missions and the narrative and everything. I mean, Quantum of Solace is maybe a borderline case because it's based on the film, but even then, like, it's definitely following the structure of the console game as opposed to being its own completely separate adaptation of the film, which is like typically the case anyway. But a sequel to the Game Boy game that was sort of designed as a similar sort of thing, where it's like on the surface you could maybe sort of describe it as a little bit of a Zelda-like game, but that's not really accurate either. But with like fancier graphics, like that's what I thought the World's Not Enough game on Game Boy Color might be, but it turned out to not really be the case at all. And it ended up being terrible, like for other reasons as well. But I mean, I would absolutely be open to another proper like point and click adventure or something that is a like a more modern take on a point and click adventure that is like built in a way that could also incorporate more action stuff, like not necessarily like a Telltale adventure, but I can use that as an example. Like I like the first, at least, Batman Telltale game a lot, and that of course is built a lot around dialogue, and then it has like little bits of not necessarily action, but I mean a little bit, but they're almost mini games and like real-time interactions, but it doesn't have like fleshed out shooting or combat mechanics. And I would be fine with something like that. Like that would be interesting too. But of course, that wouldn't necessarily be something you got in like the late 90s or early 2000s. For what it's worth, I think a lot of these handheld Bond games, even though they're a little bit disposable, many of them have had at least moments of surprising and interesting coolness. Anyway, let's see if we can figure out how to properly tackle this boss fight. Like, I'm a little unclear on whether I should be trying to kill these other guys or not. I just realized I was taking damage from the fire. Okay, I was thinking like the guys would probably like respawn. I guess they aren't, so I can just hang back here and heal up a little bit. Oh my god, I was like, oh, let me take cover someplace else that isn't on fire or about to be on fire. Sit down! Jesus Christ. But out of ammo, okay. Okay, my health's back. Okay, there we go. Right. The whole seaplane level, like, about 50 times crazier in the console version, but this was still cool. And again, like, these cutscenes are, I just fucking love seeing them. The thing is too, though, like, it's super impressive to see what they did with all this stuff, and it's really cool. But it's in a way unfortunate that we have to compare it to the other version.
It's nothing that a few days at a private beach in Bermuda won't take care of. Care to join me? I've got a plane waiting.
I wish I could, but I've still got some mopping up to do here. Anyway.
Congratulations on stopping Pomerov.
Thank you. And thank you for helping me facilitate things.
I hope I get to see you again.
I'm sure our paths will cross.
Ciao.
Take care. Bond here.
Yes, I've been waiting to hear from you, 007.
Pomerov's dead. The factory is destroyed. The remaining bioweapons have been turned over to the Russians.
I know. The Prime Minister has already heard from their government. It's threatening to become a diplomatic nightmare. I want you out of there, back in London, for a full debriefing.
No, this isn't over. The anonymous tip we received about the bioweapons couldn't have been from the researcher. He was being tortured at the time. Somebody wanted us to get to Pomerov. And the question is who and why? A competitor or a mole inside Pomerov's organization? When I took the courier's cell phone in Istanbul, all the phone calls on it were local except for one, from a cell phone exchange in Geneva.
So how do you want to proceed?
Have Tanner and Q-Branch find that phone. Send me the coordinates in Geneva, and I'll find out who's on the other end of that call.
I'm already on it.
And I'm on my way.
I'm trying to remember this level in the other game. Like, it ought to be. Because I remember this aspect of the story, but I don't remember what this level looks like. Greetings, El Gavani. Yeah, Daniel Craig's likeness in this is a little iffy. Like, when you see the model close enough that you can kind of make out the texture, you can clearly tell that the texture of his face is based on Daniel Craig. But the model has a very funky look to it. Doesn't really look like him all that much. Hang on, let me see if I can salvage this my situation. Bothered by this every 2 seconds. That's better. I definitely do not remember this level, but we'll see if my memory gets jogged. Because I thought we were going from here to Thailand. But this might have been like a shorter intermission level. Biology getting in the way, yeah. Occasionally the case. So I need to be undetected.
Hey, you.
But murdering people is presumably fine. Alright, we'll try that again. Restarting is like a lot slower than it needs to be. I don't feel like I need to watch a black screen there for 3 seconds. That's a little annoying. I just take this guy out when...
Over here! Stop. Where do you think you're going?
Okay. Turns out that murdering people to break in is actually not fine. Who would have thought? Okay, but there was a panel there over on the left. So, need to interact with that, I suppose. But we can hide behind that thing on the far left wall here. I might, even being all the way hugging this left wall. Ooh, never mind. I was gonna say might be enough, but we thought of everything. Overflow fountain, okay. Just hack the fountain panel. All the armed guards just have to run into the water. Right, that's how it's done. See, but it's like, it's, you know, kind of silly and whatever that is. Like, it's still satisfying to have these moments of cleverness to achieve espionage, subterfuge. Like, that's what's definitely missing in those games that are all featured, are all focused on action. Very excited for First Light. Select and aim a camera. And their identity. Pretty cool. Russell. Threat level. This is sick. Controls. Can I not? I can't be too zoomed in, I see, okay. But they're different cameras too, so I wonder if they're like different groups of people or just a different angle. Oh, I guess probably we need the other camera to get the other... People are facing the other way. Hard to pinpoint the correct zoom level. Running out. This is looking like our guy. Are we done? That was cool. Return to the lobby and confront the suspect. Yeah, this seems vaguely familiar about this, like, short... Unless I'm, like, getting it mixed up with the aquarium level. It just instantly drops the briefcase and run. Okay, I thought we wanted the briefcase, but... Okay, I got a bond motion move, whatever thing. Stops and catches breath. Okay, I probably want to heal up a little bit for these 5 guys Try to kill me. Job statue. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, that's right. We got that in the tutorial level. I forgot. I thought I was going to kill them with it, but it turns out that I created a little bit of cover. The existing little waist-high wall, I guess, wasn't good enough cover. The guy we're chasing is presumably just going to hang out and be short of breath until we catch up anyway. I thought he died. It did what looked like some kind of headshot reaction, so I just assumed that he was dead, but... Yeah, see, here's over there, catching his breath. Oh. Rapid fire pistols, highly satisfying. Different gun? No. That's a gun. P90, okay. I guess you, yeah, I forgot that you see on the map, there's like a red icon for gun pickups. But yeah, pretty much all automatic weapons seem to kind of feel and function the same. Which is fine, like having a wide variety of weapon types isn't necessarily that important. Especially if the shooting is like pretty simple. Shove for cover. Grab server. Shooting like directly at the guy we're supposed to not shoot. Fine. That shit is always satisfying. Oh, shit. Well, this actually does automatically put you in cover behind the thing you just knocked down, which is also good. Been more inconvenient if that wasn't the case. I guess I must be getting, yeah, assault rounds. I was gonna say I must be getting ammo for this weapon without really noticing it. Not running out. Around, grab some ammo, catch up. He's like not overly concerned about getting away, it seems like. You know, it would be a good idea to run while I'm busy, like being in a shootout. That's when he chooses to just chill and wait. Alright, follow elevator. Shoot these guys before the elevator, or while the elevator shows up. Statue! There we go. Precise. Fine, I'll wait to heal up a little bit. But yeah, the red flash that indicates that you are currently on low health, like identical to the red flash that happens when you get hit. So when you're like low on health and recovering health, it looks exactly like you're being hit like once every half second. Bump on him. Shotgun. Let's try the shotgun, I guess. Shotgun in the console game was like mega satisfying, just not very effective, unfortunately. Oh my god, it only holds 2 rounds. That's... doesn't see... Can I not kick this? I guess not. Else. All right, well, we keep getting ammo for it at least, but I don't know why this can only hold 2 shells. Like, that's not how this gun would work. I didn't explode myself there, but fine. Go. Load. Catch up. Find me. Checkpoint. Grab server or whatever I'm doing. Push cabinet. Load. Load. Really having like a large magazine is like pretty, I don't know about pretty important, but it's very convenient at least, because regardless of weapon, like reloading is tends to kind of be the annoying thing where stuff gets weird, you can't take cover or can't move properly or whatever it is. So having to reload frequently is arguably the bigger weakness of this gun versus not being very effective when shooting. Feels like the projectile is traveling strangely slowly as well, because I mean this might have been the case with every weapon, but it's a lot more noticeable when you fire off like individual shots, that it's like a delay between the shot and the bullet impact, not like hit scan. Yeah, on these distances, like there's a very tangible delay. Feels good up close though. Because it kind of looks like he's escaping, but oh shit. Choreography is a little questionable, but still cool. Oh, is this where we're being captured? That's a good dodge.
You idiot! How did you let him follow you here? You may have blown the whole operation. I'm sorry, I don't know. It wasn't my fault. Shut up! It's too late for apologies. If it wasn't for your connections, you would be selling rice cakes at the dirt market. Who are you? Who sent you?
I think you've already determined that.
You think you're smart, don't you?
Smart enough to know that if the Swiss government learned that a group of Chinese intelligence agents were nosing around Geneva, you'd have an Olympic-sized diplomatic problem on your hands in Beijing.
Do it. Hold his head.
Struggling to make out any of the dialogue, but hacking my eyeballs? Holy shit. This is not in the other game. Like, this whole sequence. Unfamiliar to me.
Yes, immediately, sir. I'll put him right on.
Good morning, Commander Bond. It's nice to finally attach a face to the file we have on you.
Sounds like a great leap forward. Your picture has been in our file for years, Colonel Ping.
My men, are they treating you well?
I've always found the Chinese to be a most hospitable nation.
Yes, and far more often than we'd like in your case.
But that still doesn't explain what your men are doing in Geneva, or why one of them was carrying a cell phone linked to a kidnapping in Istanbul. Is the Chinese government extending the Great Wall to Switzerland?
At the moment, Mr. Bond, it seems that you and I may have some mutual security interests.
Are you suggesting an alliance?
You'll find me at the aquarium in Bangkok tomorrow night. Come alone. Be discreet. It's the only way I can guarantee your safety.
Funny. I was just going to issue the same warning to you. And where will I find you?
I'll let you work that out for yourself. See you tomorrow night, Commander Bond.
So this whole part is like in the other game. Go to the Thailand aquarium. But the whole Geneva section, and especially the way it worked out towards the end with the chase and then like being captured, seems like, especially with the whole like eyeball thing, like that could have all been in the game and I just forgot it, but
I was told you had something.
didn't seem familiar.
This just came for you.
Thank you.
But it was kind of the way I mentioned with the Geneva section, like, yeah, it might have been in there because it might have been shorter, and yeah, it was. It wasn't like a multi-part mission like all the other ones, basically. Hydrate. See if we can at least finish this first puzzle section. So this looks a little different. More of a maze. The aquarium level in the other game is literally just like one hall. Hidden himself in the aquarium complex. We'll have to find him. Left a map for you to use as a guide. Track down clues at each of the exhibits. Alright. Use the camera to collect clues on the tanks. Okay, so this is a little different. It seems slightly more elaborate. I guess I can't like consult the map. Well, luckily there's one here. Walk into the yellow room. I'm sure the game will steer me in the right direction very... not forcibly, but, you know. I don't think I'll be able to miss what I'm supposed to do. You can only see it by looking at it through your camera. Look up the tank, select your camera. Weapons menu. Oh, is there... Oh, okay, I have the map here too. Huh. I guess that'll be updated when we get the clues or whatever. This? I don't know what I took a picture of. Doesn't tell me that that's... Assuming yeah, so these are the jellyfish. Oh, it's got a little check mark on the map at least. Heading to the whale room. Looks kind of cool. Okay, that looks like what I'm looking for. But I guess I'm too far away. In the other game, you have to like plant bugs to... Another picture. To like collect some kind of audio frequency thing. To identify the person. Oh, I just realized. Okay, so there were two reticles, whatever, targets in this room. I wanted to look at this to see if like, oh, maybe there were multiple in every room. But yeah, this is the only one that... So it is kind of up to me to keep track of which ones I have done and not. That shouldn't be too... But this is kind of arguably more interesting. Are off. Right, you can do that too. The penguin room. Oh, look at this. Pretty good. Got the manbo room or whatever. Clownfish. And the seaweed room, I guess. Right there. Actually. Oh, okay, yeah, we should continue. So this is the shark room. Should be here, yeah. Like, I'm not really looking at the... Oh, this is cool. Okay, the box. Well, I guess it would. I was gonna say, I guess having like a skybox or something here would have been more effective of an illusion, but still cool. Wait, oh wait. I guess this is not even in the tunnel to the shark room. Maybe. Look at the map. There isn't a target in the shark room. Okay. I guess maybe we have to go here. Probably have to fight our way through here later. Kind of a long little offshoot to have just nothing in it. Array room. Green, but I'm not close enough, I guess. Wait, no, turtle room? Nope. Okay, yeah, okay, so we have the seaweed room and the manta ray left. Wait, starfish? Back. I think this is the manta ray. Whoa, hello. That guy's happy to be here. Okay, I can't take your picture. There we go. And seaweed to go through the jellyfish room. Oh, right. This is to find his location, and then we have to find him when we have the location. So the location is probably going to be the shark room, because that's like the only place we didn't go to. Alright, do some hacking analysis. Piece together the clues into a final... Oh, do we have like a sliding puzzle? I fucking knew it. Assemble the 9 pick... Well, I guess it's not a sliding puzzle. I have a sneaking suspicion that this is going to be an image of a shark. This shark's mouth seems like it's going to be a slight giveaway. Touch a picture to select it. You can use the L or R button to rotate it, or touch another picture to swap them. I think, didn't GoldenEye have a thing where you collected images like this, and then you, like, the whole, like, intelligence section was like, oh yeah, you can piece together, like, an image of some concept art. Oh, there we go. That's the tail. I see. That's the... Man, it's so weird because it's like there's still weird sharp edges between the images. Anyway. Don't use the final image to locate your contact. Okay. I just have to remember what I saw, I guess. I mean, I do. It's not a problem, but... the way this mission is sort of constructed is a little goofy. But, you know, it's still quick enough to not be annoying. It's kind of a cool set piece in the other game where you... these, like, assassins show up and then you have this shootout in this big open space.
There are 1.3 billion people living in China today, Mr. Bond. 1.3 billion Chinese who need to be fed and housed and clothed. Every day, every week, year in, year out.
I am aware of the numbers.
But perhaps not the implications. Our economy demands growth, Mr. Bond. The hunt
face, dude.
For more jobs, more services, and more money.
What's up, MTI?
Measured by the gross domestic product. But in every society, there are those who would cheat. Those who would steal to gain any advantage.
The researcher, industrial espionage. Someone in China was behind this. One of your people kidnapped and killed him.
No. something worse, a middleman, an economic mercenary. Someone who would steal the most dangerous technological secrets and sell them to the highest bidder. Not out of ideology or politics, but for money and power to turn us against each other.
But who? Where? How do we find him and stop him?
My team was in Geneva, following up on a link to this man. Do you recognize him?
No.
His name is Rak. He was born in northern Mongolia, on the contested border between Russia and China, and has no love for either. He keeps his money and his mistress in Switzerland.
He operates out of Bangkok.
A local king of crime. If it's illegal, he's got a piece of it. At first, we thought he was the mastermind behind all this, but...
That's a clever way of not having to show the bullet impact on screen. What was I gonna say? I wanted to comment on something, but then I... Oh yeah, Metal says, this Aqua Museum really impressive. Yeah, it's a cool looking game, and it's just an interesting thing to think of, like, trying to push the envelope for visuals on a system that's obviously not, like... You have to have an appreciation for the novelty of seeing this on a handheld device at the time. Like, it's... my brain is wired such that I see this and go, man, this looks so awesome, but like, they're not making the graphics here to impress me or whatever kind of player I am. I'm not talking at all about like the amount of effort or resources being put into it, but just like in general, the idea of these handheld devices that aren't really, I mean, you could say the same thing for the Switch 2 today or whatever, like stuff that's like competing maybe isn't even the right word, but like trying to push visuals and like really impressive, good graphics, high fidelity stuff, which is like, obviously, you know, this came out in 2010, so this would have been like, in terms of actually looking impressive, it's like 25 years behind the curve. But of course, being on a handheld means it's like totally a different thing. But that's, I think, an idea that's like sort of been lost to time a little bit now. But it's just interesting going back to the discussion of like, oh man, it would have been cool to see more like 2D games. Like, I don't think this game, at least, and maybe the other ones, like, aren't necessarily held back by trying to do technically advanced stuff. I mean, Nightfire being a first-person shooter on the GBA is, you know, it's more impressive than it is a good game because of it. And, you know, you could certainly have done a much better action platformer, but still has some novelty value. I don't know. It's like a tricky thing because I'm not even sure where I stand on it, so to speak. I love the visuals in this. I think it's really cool to see. But it's, I don't know, it just made me think of like, I wonder how many people felt that way about it back then. Anyway, oh yeah, I want to also comment on Rock, the guy we saw, who's like the villain. He's like the one character that has quite a distinctive. With some, I forget if he's got like a scar or a tattoo. He's got like this dragon design on his shirt or whatever. But then we see the picture of him here. It's just like a guy in suit. But whatever. Kill some guys. Rooftop escape. Maybe in a highly exciting mega town chase. And then we're done in Thailand and moving on to the final location of the game. I had some vague estimate before that I didn't say out loud. But like, I reckon the game could probably be done under 4 hours. And I think that's... Good thing I didn't already fully kill them. How fucking sick is this? Get like a full fucking cutscene from a little Bond moment. Trigger. That was fucking incredible. Oh yeah, of course, and this opens up the rest of the level. Makes sense. Surely there's going to be some valves or pipes I can shoot at. Maybe not. At least we're getting some new enemy models here, not just the same guys in suits. So, kind of a nice change of pace. I remember the Bangkok street shootout level being pretty cool too. Oh, intel. I'm bored. Greetings. Dementium, the Ward. I think I've seen that game. I think that was on one of those competitions. I was gonna say, like, it sounds like something I wouldn't be super... Sounds like a horror thing, which I'm not super into. Than like on the DS. But I think I remember what it was, like, just vaguely at least. It was for this blind race thing, so I would have just seen like the first sort of level, and I want to say there was like a boss fight where you're like dodge, like it's the kind of thing that, yeah, it's kind of gameplay. I mean, much like this, you wouldn't necessarily think of, you know, Resident Evil 4, Gears of War-esque, like third-person cover shooting, running around as a like typical DS genre. Same thing with that game, where it's like third-person running around, dodging boss moves and fighting back or whatever. If I'm thinking of the right game, or remembering it correctly. Micro SMG, I'll grab that. Thank you very much. This is by N-Space, the same developer as GoldenEye on the DS, which was the most recent DS game before this. It plays a bit differently, but it's similar in some ways, and I'm sure it uses a lot of the same tech. So, like, I guess for me, they feel really different because GoldenEye did support touch controls, but I played it with button controls because the touch controls just didn't work super well for my setup. But this game is touch controls only, so it feels really different to control. But if you are only watching, or if it looks like an explodable thing, or it looks like the same as one that was before at least, or if you'd played both games with touch controls, they'd probably feel pretty similar. That's pretty cool. It's just a Silent Hill game. Yeah, that makes sense, like, from the way I remember it. Seems like it could have been that sort of thing. Alright, so yeah, Rock looks nothing like... Unless I'm getting him confused with his superior or whatever. Okay, there was a red barrel that I just shot. That was sick. I didn't even see it, but... So I wonder, will this transition into rooftops, or have we skipped the rooftops? I'm not sure. Find out, I guess. Definitely capturing the vibe of the level, and I'm glad that, again, like, as far as like my enjoyment of this being very much like, ooh, I wonder how they translated this sequence or this area or this level. I don't need every section to be very long. I just need to see like, oh, cool, they did this, and then I'm happy to move on. And that's like kind of how it's paced. So that works out very well for me. Would I consider Spy Hunter a James Bond game? No, that's very simple. It's not a game based on the James Bond license or character. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so this is a bit different. Yeah, you don't have a car. Yeah, let's use the D-pad controls. That's. And you're chasing this like gigantic 4-lane wide mega industry vehicle and like destroying all of Bangkok in the process. So, I mean, I wasn't expecting the same level of spectacle in this game, but the fact that Bond's car is just like parked there, it's a little funny. Because it's really sick. Like in the beginning of the level, like you commandeer this car, and like the first thing you have to do is like you have this like tuk-tuk, I think, like attached to your car. You have to like wiggle the car to lose it before you can sort of engage in the full chase. Pretty cool. But again, like for how long these levels have to be, and like the geometry, and I'm sure there's a bunch of like loading data in and out of memory and whatever. Like, obviously it's linear, so that's not necessarily super complex, but for a system with limited capacity, obviously the scale and scope of levels is a real concern. So having, I mean, even on console, honestly, the fact that they get through these like long sequences, man, so close that it's like hard to react. Oh, the little moon. Yeah, cool. So yeah, but these like being these visual set pieces that are super impressive and amazing on console, like it's really cool to see how they translate that here. And I think they do a really admirable job of still, like, for, you know, given the circumstances, this is a good looking game. And these sequences, they might not be like stand out to the same extent or in the same way as in the console game, but certainly doesn't feel like these are visually compromised by the needs of having this lengthy sequence or anything. Like, these are still really cool looking sequences. But they're definitely let down by the sort of the audio design in general, but also there's something about the handling of the car and the speed and everything. Like, it's a tricky balance to walk, because I complain about the car sequences in the console game for being too punishing and difficult. But here you're kind of like glued to the road in a way that it's like, it doesn't have a great sense of speed and excitement. Like, it just feels kind of trudging along. They're still cool. And I'm glad that they are much easier, because if these were difficult and we had to fail and do them like 5 times over, they would very quickly go from being novel and neat to being like just a massive headache. Like, the coolness definitely wears off quickly if you start getting frustrated. At least how it works for me usually. But I think there's a balance you can strike where you get some of that, like the excitement doesn't have to come from the fact that it is difficult and it takes multiple attempts. It's not really the challenge that is lackluster. It's more so like the way the car handles when you turn. Like, I guess if I use the touch controls, it is a little more unwieldy.
Get the boat ready to launch!
But when you just use the D-pad, like, the controls are so responsive that it makes it feel like the car's going slow. Alright, this is a little different. I don't think this scene ends with a shootout in the other version. Cool, though. But the whole, like, running through the streets sections were definitely shorter. Almost dead, but take care of all the guys here. Heal up. I'm being shot at from like somewhere, but I'm not seeing anyone on the map, so they're ahead of me. Missed some game Spawn. I take it this is an original Bond adventure. Yeah, this is not based on a film, but this came out shortly after Quantum of Solace. Quantum of Solace was 2008, I think, the film, and this was 2010. So because there was quite a gap. Casino Royale was 06, and Quantum of Solace was 08, and Skyfall wasn't until 2012. Like, Daniel Craig had a very lengthy tenure as Bond in terms of time. Of course, like, film production... Oh, boat driving level again. Okay, what can I shoot? Barrel. Fuck it, screw these guys. Because his first film came out in 06, and his last... Oh, fight. No Time to Die was 2021. Target the rockets before they get... They could have helped me with this instruction on the tutorial level where I had to deal with this. Now for floating oil drums. This seems kind of vaguely convoluted, but still sick. So this is an entire unique boss fight. Like, the whole boss fight concept in general didn't really exist in the other game. Fight rack, okay. So the whole, like, reload mechanic when you're on the boat is a bit fucked up, because you start triggering the reload while you're standing up. You can't begin to take cover. I'm trying to reload there. Trying to hit the engine, but whatever. I'm not controlling the boat at all, by the way, in case that wasn't obvious. I guess I'm hitting him and not trying to explode his boat. I'm just trying to shoot him in the face. Rockets, okay. The intro tutorial made it seem like I would have to worry about a lot more of these things all at the same time. Mostly a kind of linear chase here. Oh, exploded that barrel way too early because it was way far off in the background. Luckily no one else is shooting at me while this is happening, so I think I have a shot at, like, recovering some health while he's doing the rocket phase. Aim. Alright, sure. Okay, there's a red barrel back there. Let's try to not shoot it too early. Well, got it. I can't tell if he took damage from it. The angle's a little awkward. Taking a lot of damage. I think we got him. I think there was a boat chase with gun combat, because I was like, oh right, this mechanic was in the opening level. So I think this is kind of in the other game, but it wasn't as crazy of a boss fight as this.
Who's behind this? Never.
That's a little simplified, but it's kind of like that too. We get captured at the end of Bangkok.
Bond, are you okay? 007, are you okay?
I'll catch up with Chad in a moment.
Bond, what the hell is going on?
This is cool. Yeah, Burma, that's... Yeah, I got confused about whether this character was the character I thought.
Final destination, Mr. Bond.
It is, he just looks
Had a
different.
chance to look around?
An interesting setup. I take it you fly your kidnapped victims here, then torture them until they give up their corporate secrets.
And they all do. Sooner or later. They all do.
We're not really interested in you, Rat. So why don't you tell me who you're working with, and maybe we can make a deal. Save your life.
Don't make me laugh. You could have walked away after you helped us destroy Pomarov, but no. And now, you're going to pay the price. Do you know
Fucking
what this
cyber
is,
knife.
Mr. Bond?
It's a knife.
Correct, but this one has been customized. Recast in gold and silver and platinum.
Like a piece of jewelry.
Yes, like a piece of jewelry designed to eviscerate a man and skin him alive. Which is exactly what I'm going to do to you. As an example. To make the others talk.
You could kill me, Rag, but MI6 will send somebody else, and somebody else after that. And when the time comes, your partners will sell you out in a heartbeat if they haven't already. Either way, you're as good as dead right now.
You're bluffing. You don't know what you're talking about.
Are you willing to take the chance that I'm not?
Yes, he's here. I'm about to take care of him as we planned. But there is one thing.
Oh.
As of 20 minutes ago, the gold still hasn't been transferred to my account in Zurich. When I see the money, I'll finish the job.
Sure, where he got his MI6 phone from, but fine. I guess Rock just jostled it loose. It is kind of cool, actually, in the other game where when this level starts, you don't have the phone. Like, you always have it as an inventory item, and you can only, it's like contextual, you only use it in particular spots. Although I think, that's right, you can like activate the detective vision mode. That's right, I remember getting pissed off because every time you activate it, the screen like flashes in a way that was really like eyesore. But for the first tiny little section of this level where you don't have the phone, you break out of your cell or whatever, and you have to find your phone before you can activate it again. It's like literally right outside the room, so there's like a couple of seconds, but it's still a fun little touch. But here, like, we don't even bother with that. We just fuck it, get it. I mean, the pause screen looks like this, so I guess it makes sense that he has it. Still funny. That works out. I'm gonna pause the timer there and take another short break. Skyfall is great. I remember really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to rewatching it. I'm gonna have to rewatch all the Bond films for research purposes before we do the finale of this whole project of ranking all the games and calculating the final Bond quotient for everything. But yeah, in recent memory, like, it's the one... I haven't watched it in quite some time, but I remember it being like a very easy rewatch, and I'd watch it a couple of times. I still haven't seen Spectre, and No Time to Die I saw in theaters and haven't rewatched. But I think even then, like, having rewatched Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace, like, whenever we played a game based on a film, we would always watch the film, like, on my Discord before we started playing the game. So for that purpose, we watched Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace, and that was like the first time I'd seen either of those in quite some time. But I still think Skyfall is the Craig film I've probably rewatched the most. But even then, it's like, you know, 3 or 4 times, maybe, not a ton. The part I don't understand is Spectre. We'll see. So I will probably try to do like a full chronological rewatch of everything, starting with Dr. No. I still don't know exactly, like, probably what will happen is, I'm trying to think. Ideally, I would have wanted to have done that kind of, like, there's kind of no reason to not start at this point already. So, because I would prefer to avoid finishing all the games and then, like, having to delay the finale until I've watched every film again. I'd have to think about that, actually. It didn't really occur to me until I said that just now, that I should probably start trying to plan that. Obviously, it'll be a while before we get to Spectre. We have some other films to get through first, but I'll definitely have to look into that. We might start doing some more movie nights soon to actually start getting this, because we've only got like 5 games left, so finale's not extremely far off. My aim is to have James Bond fully completed by the end of the year. The absolute mega hard deadline is like March 26th or whatever, when First Light comes out, because I want to play that when it comes out, and I would feel very bad about skipping any of the games before then. But I also don't want to, like, finish March 23rd. Like, I'd like to be able to take a breather. So my aim is to... I had sort of hoped or aimed to finish everything by October, because that kind of marks the 3-year anniversary. But then I ended up having to take a break, and, like, some stuff got sidetracked earlier this summer and fall. But we're still on track to finishing before the end of the year. But yeah, squeezing in watching 25 movies is also something I have to consider. But by all means, I'm always happy to engage in conversation about the project or the films or the games or what have you as it becomes relevant. Feel free to shoot me that question whenever it comes up. But yeah, I'm gonna go stretch my legs a little bit. We are heading into the final section of the game, so I reckon getting here in 3 hours means we probably have less than 1 hour of game left. So we'll just take a short break to re-energize, and then we'll just go for it and complete the game. Should be very doable. I'm awesome. That's very kind of you to say. Appreciate that. But yeah, I'll be back shortly. Let's actually the game. There we go. And get some kind of BRB thing going. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, back. Turn the game audio. Drink, hydrate a little bit, get ready. Final leg. This adventure. Actually, let me catch up with the bond quotient spreadsheet. We'll look at it after we've finished playing, but I'm tracking here for those not aware. To what extent games sort of embody the spirit of James Bond by including all these different elements that tend to be present in the films. And I've had a little bit of a struggle with finishing a game and then going to the spreadsheet and then trying to remember everything that happened in the game, or rather whether something did happen or not. And in an attempt to make that a little easier for myself for these last couple of games, I decided to just start trying to filling it out as we go. And I just wanted to see if there's stuff here that specifically happened that in mark here. Probably, well, Bond in Peril, that did just happen, so we can add that. We've met sexy ladies, or at least one. Give points for that. There's a couple things here we will more easily actually be able to address at the end, because we can look at the spreadsheet and compare to the other version. I think that's about it. There's nothing much more here to add currently. All right. With that taken care of, let's resume the timer and resume game. Escape from the Burmese mercenary camp. All right. I like that it's got these like super ravaged clothes. All right, pick the lock. Crack padlock. Wait, with my smartphone. Oh, okay. Right. Works the same as... somewhere. There we go. Number. Clockwise. Down, we don't overshoot it. Counterclockwise. Got it. Good use of existing mechanics.
Who's that?
Oh, I'm not walking silently. Even though I'm barefoot, according to the cutscene, we still make like dress shoe footstep noises. I like that they hear footsteps and they're like, oh, he must have escaped his cell. Like,
who's that?
and then give up before actually investigating. Very funny that he didn't drop his weapon or anything, but grab this pistol then. I guess we already have our phone, so that's it. Our gear's been retrieved. All right, some delicious oranges. Oh, we'll grab this briefcase. Maybe animations being broken half the time. Trying to walk is pretty funny. Oh, okay.
Something's there.
Nope. Stealth through the camp. Whatever. That's right. This section had the part where you had to like go through this fucking American Gladiators gauntlet and picking up like all these different grenade launchers to fire at an APC or whatever it was. Like that was pretty cool. Wouldn't surprise me if we get sort of a translation of that sequence game as well. I guess our gun is unsilenced. This looks like for essentially an open.
Who's there?
Like jungle sequence. Or jungle environment, I should say. Well, not jungle really, but didn't realize this guy was even here, but pretty good. Like, doesn't look too all the way like in an annoying way or anything. Up Rubicon, it's The animation, I remember being something like legitimately really nice in the console game. I mean, for a number of reasons, you wouldn't expect that to necessarily translate over here, but even when things function properly, it doesn't necessarily look impressive. But it's fine, you know, it's adequate, it's about what you would expect. But when it's also like constantly glitching out, we haven't had any like bad issues with glitches or bugs though.
Who's that?
Early on, like I soft locked in the tutorial level because a cutscene trigger didn't happen, and then like in the next level after that, I like stealth killed an enemy, and when I grabbed him, like a second guy spawned inside the first guy's model. Like there's some very strange stuff that was happening, so I was a little worried that this would be riddled with strange bugs that may cause problems.
Who's there? Who's that?
But that hasn't really been a thing. I love that you can just jog up to people and they don't like they loudly proclaim to themselves, there must be something going on. I think someone is sneaking up behind me. I'd better turn around soon so I can see who that might be. Ah! And then like it gives you about 4 seconds to jog up to them. So cool, these like rice paddies, and you see people out there working. It's like pretty sick. There wasn't even really like anything like this in the console game. You're just like in this kind of compound prison area that you're kind of breaking out to and sort of go into this. Well, there isn't really an area like this, I guess. This is kind of cool. Sprint.
Who's that?
Again, the stealth being like extremely forgiving to the point that like no one will really hear gunshots and nothing really has any consequences beyond the specific sort of area or encounter you're currently in. Like there's so many games where you would fuck something up and then like the entire next 45 minutes are going to be a chore because everyone's going to be on alert from here on out or whatever. Like it's so nice that's not the case, and that's like inherited directly from the console game that works the same way, not anything that's like specific to this. Oh, okay, sick. I was like, I'm not even sure what I'm aiming at, but I shot the wires. The guy I was sneaking up on was none the wiser, but the other guy walked into the room and saw me, I suppose. But hey, fine. Except this guy. I can't turn around properly. I think he called for backup because now we got more guys here. Like 2 guys. If I can... Oh. Didn't press the... Oh, there's like multiple button presses. What the heck? I pressed the... That was very strange. I pressed the requested button like 3 times and it still failed me.
Is someone there?
Because my ability to turn is like limited to my ability to keep the simulated stylus on the simulated screen. Very easy to like start turning and then like I have to like recenter my touch input to be able to turn. But luckily the combat has not been demanding enough that it's been a real problem. Honestly, the first boss fight was the only part where I like was surrounded 360 degrees and like had to do a lot of turning. I was a little concerned that like the opening of the game didn't really put that kind of demand on you, but it might get rougher from here on out. But it hasn't really been a factor outside of that one boss fight. Thankfully, it's been like nice, smooth, simple progression. It's perfectly fine by me.
Who's that?
fucked up. Oh, they come out of the tents. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So I kind of forgot that I didn't have a silenced pistol. I don't know where the checkpoint is. Not quite right there, but close enough to it. The start of the game wasn't the hardest. The first boss fight was. And that was the end of the second level, basically. So it was early in the game. But, not the... I mean, it was like... I don't know. 25 minutes into the 3 to 4 hour game. I mean, I don't know if I would struggle with it now. Like, at the time, it was the first time I was forced to, like, spin around a lot and being attacked from multiple directions, but it, you know, I still did it second try. It wasn't like a big roadblock or anything. Anyway, so here I kind of tried to sneak up on the guy on the right, and it turns out that he was like looking directly at me, so that was a bad idea to even try to do that. But I'm also getting like a... Yeah, see, he's like going to the right, but then he's going to turn... Yeah, see, I didn't realize that he was turning around, so I tried to sneak up on after him. But as I went into this like compound area... Yeah, there's a... Shoot the satellite dish. Blowing... Okay, yeah, so it's like distracting them. That was cool. I wonder if that's like a checkpoint or if that's like fully a new level. I still haven't seen like a level select menu, but I know the other game was very much what I thought was one level was like actually split up into like 3 or 4 levels. Yeah, sometimes the animations don't quite sync properly. Was that the guy getting choked out who said he had a visual? Guy doesn't seem to have one, so... They can't see very far either, so... The map is extremely helpful. A lot of the time I'm looking a lot more on the map than on the 3D screen. Is that the viewpoint of the other guy? He wasn't looking anyway. I need to shoot him because I'm probably not going to kill him in one shot. Sneaking in here. This is like more what the opening of the level looks like. When you're more like, it's like we're sneaking into the compound here, unlike the other version when you're like escaping. But you're still kind of fighting your way through the compound though, so I guess it's similar enough. Camera. Color. Can't take it out with a silenced gunshot, so... Not sure how best to... I'm like right underneath the camera. I don't know about that guy. Probably he's not gonna... I was gonna say he's not gonna guard the corner. Look at my life bar. I'm not sure what happened there. My life bar, I instantly lost 95% health. But yeah, that happens sometimes when you try to do stealth, but you're like misaligned. Be pretty quick. The thing is, like, even if I fuck up here, it shouldn't really matter. Yeah, his cone turned red there, so he... Like, obviously, he hadn't noticed me because I was still allowed to do the stealth takedown. But during the stealth takedown, somehow he's like, oh, I'm alerted now. Like, it's a very good thing that the game's not, like, being particularly demanding about these things. because like they don't always like function properly. Is this the only Bond game with the Jungle Rambo segment? You're forgetting the extended Jungle Rambo segment of GoldenEye, which isn't really a Jungle Rambo segment in the film, but it is in most video games.
What was that? I have a visual!
Although it's occasionally a little bit jungle guerrilla warfare sniper stealth segments, but okay. Look at the map. Did he just teleport under the floor of this building? I think he might have. Well, guess we don't have to worry about that guy. Well, in the N64 GoldenEye, there's one level called Jungle. Oh, reinforcements happened. And that's like followed by the caves. And then there's like the facility that's like in the underground cave thing where you have to like protect what's her name while she's hacking. I think that's like very close to the end of the game. It's not called facility because that's like an early level, but Control, I think is the name of the level. But you got the whole like Pierce Brosnan's fishing vest outfit because he's doing jungle commando stuff. But in the remake, they changed the location so you don't go to Cuba, you go to whatever else it is. But there's like jungle environment. It's really funny that we're being just like, we've got an enemy that's on top of us. Oh, they despawned because we hit the checkpoint. I was kind of wondering when we would get rid of them. But there's like plenty of other, like Nightfire has
something's there.
Like how many Bond adventures have like a POW camp escape action? Like maybe that's closer to what the question is here. Because I feel like many video games have like tropical island settings, and that tends to involve jungle segments. But it's like, is he either escaping the POW camp in his torn up t-shirt, or is he wearing his full fishing gear, combat equipment? And that's not necessarily the case. Like Everything or Nothing has like the pyramid levels or whatever, but he's in his like beige suit, so it doesn't really have the jungle warfare feel, even if it's actually sort of in the jungle. I remember one of the extremely annoying driving sequences in Nightfire where you have to do a bunch of like car combat is in a like I want to say it's like some kind of lead up to the whole underwater vehicle stuff that's also in this kind of tropical environment. But before that, that's the car combat thing, and there's a bunch of like, it's in a jungle, but obviously that doesn't really have this like feel to it. But I don't know that it's like such a singularly unique thing to be featured, but it depends, I guess, again on like what aspects of the trappings of that are like the defining core of it. Shoot on sight. Not shooting anywhere else then, huh? Hide behind trees, stealth through a ditch by the road, and you can also duck behind alcoves. Duck behind alcoves? Not like behind things in an alcove. But hey, they're like mixing things up. I like it. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, presumably there's a checkpoint here at least. Hopefully I don't have to... Yeah. I was gonna say, hopefully I don't have to watch the cutscene every time, but I will have to watch this cutscene and I cannot skip it. I guess, like, I wasn't really clear on it, but I guess I'm avoiding the line of sight of the turret gunner, which, you know, that makes sense. Fuck. I wanted to see if I can make it to the second tree. Honestly, if I hadn't fucked up there at the end, I might have, but I'm also not sure if... It's not clear, like, if the car is going to keep driving. So eventually the turret guy is going to be, like, out of range because the car just drives away from you. In which case you can just sort of chill and recover health. But I'll try to just hide behind the first tree. Because if the car is slowly driving the other way and I can just walk behind it, that'll be fine. It's just, I didn't ever get to see the car get sort of far enough to figure out what happens at the end here. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Do I look at the vision cone on the map, maybe? Is that gonna be... Like, it's not super clear how you hide behind the tree. Unless there's an interaction prompt that I didn't get because I wasn't positioned correctly. That, like, actually hides you. I'll try looking out for that. But he seemed to kill me like one shot there. Okay, there's... I see. Okay, so this is probably what I was meant to do. If he shoots me now, it's gonna be pretty fucked. Okay. It figured, like, that it wouldn't be that, like, fucked difficulty-wise. Okay, so they're just gonna... Okay, I thought the car was, like, turning around... Stealthing. Okay. See, now that I like understand how this section works, it's actually awesome. I was very unclear on what the game was like fully asking of me the first couple of times. Take one of the aircraft.
Something's there.
There's stuff here. Like, there's no other guards here, so it seems like we're fine. I might as well. Like, how does the game have, like, hidden collectibles that you can find, and they don't put one here, like, during this little big empty space that's fully optional to explore? I'm confusing. But anyway, that's pretty cool. I vaguely recall this. Let's crash. Oh shit. I would say you like crash in the jungle somewhere and then you have to like, because you're trying to like escape the country or whatever. Then you have to, yeah, so that's like pretty similar. There's like the secondary Burma action level, and this should lead up to the like facility. That's like the final part. I guess technically there's one more level after Burma, but it's very short, basic. I'm not positive we'll get sub 4 hours, but I think 4 hours is a pretty reasonable estimate, roughly. this is going to be super advanced or elaborate, but I wouldn't like... I'd be very surprised if this game suddenly throws like a much longer level at us or anything. And we haven't had like... Over here, what am I love this shit when it like triggers a full-on cutscene. That's so satisfying. The shark shit was still the coolest. We shot out the floor in the aquarium. I got eaten by a shark. Good. Red alert! Let me shoot in a different direction. But yeah, we haven't had like super tedious, difficult sort of standoff position where we have to fight against vehicles or mounted guns or like really any brick walls. I mean, honestly, the truck stealth section just there was like probably the most resets I've had on one checkpoint in rapid succession. Fighter H rocks aircraft. Are we like at that facility now? Okay, I think we might have just gotten a very truncated revolver. This is not going to be that great, but I gotta try it. We might have gotten a very truncated version of the last like set of levels. Okay, try again. It's pretty funny how there's essentially no penalty for messing up the melee takedowns. You're just like, ah, let's try again. Revolver definitely has a weird, like, low rate of fire that makes it kind of clunky to try to fire. Does seem pretty effective though, so that's satisfying. But I'll happily switch to this. So I guess that is like every two-handed weapon is just... Well, I guess shotgun shells are separate, but otherwise all the SMGs and assault rifles are kind of the same. Which again, the gunplay, whether it's like weapon types or ammo management or precision, like it's not that deep or complex. I'm an F1 rifle. Oh, that's right, that's this. Oh, okay. I've got like full ammo, so definitely getting more full-on shootout spectacle. Okay. Escalating a bit here. You would expect some red barrels to shoot here, but I'm still kind of waiting to see if we'll get that APC American Gladiators Gauntlet section. That was like one of the cooler part of this whole last leg of the game in the console game. Very strange how that, like, the audio, like, there's no sound effects, I guess, in the melee, at least sometimes. The health is, like, super generous. It's weird because the health recovery feels like it's faster in the other version, but you also get killed a lot faster. Here you can take a lot of hits. Defeat Rock! Okay, this is definitely different. You don't jump onto his ship. Tap the screen rapidly to climb. Fight Rack to the death, Bond. Beware of his survival knife. It will cut you to shreds. Okay, yeah, this whole section was definitely a little truncated, but it was still cool. Okay. Oh, dude, everything's like... pretty fucking sick, actually. The fact that this has like full-on boss fights is pretty ultimate. Boss QTEs, turbulence. Oh shit! And then we gotta climb again. This is fucking sick. I will say that like final boss battles has not been something that there's been a lot of like great memorable ones. But this one is like, I gotta say, pretty up there. I mean, it's better than the final boss fight in the console game for sure, because that like happened and it wasn't until after it ended it's like, wait, was that like the end of the game? Was that like a big boss? So I mean, I guess I would arguably feel similarly here if I didn't know like sort of the story progression. But even so, this is like a better boss fight, and there's like been escalation. There have been several boss fights, and this is like the coolest one. Not hitting anything. I think we got him. Animation's a little glitched. See ya.
One. Help me. You had your chance, Rack. Please, I'll tell you everything. I'll give you all the names. I'll tell you who I'm working with. It's too late.
That is not the face of mercy.
I already know.
Dude, that was fucking awesome. The base hole. Yeah, he's got his POW outfit.
Sales of 8.4 million euros last year. The owner, a British industrialist named Simon Porter, has developed a proprietary solar panel technology.
Interesting. Have we inquired whether there's a market for this technology?
Our contacts in North Korea have already said they will pay handsomely for it.
And Mr. Porter? He lives in London?
Yes, but you should be aware that the Ministry of Defense has expressed interest in the company, which could bring MI6 into it if we go ahead with Porter as our next target.
I appreciate your concern, but I don't think MI6 is going to be a problem anymore. Yeah?
This just came for you.
Thank you. So then, we're all agreed that he is our next target.
Nicole? What is it? Is something wrong?
No, nothing. I have to leave. The meeting is adjourned.
Oh, shit. I like that she get multiple outfit changes too. Okay, wrong button. Bring Nicole Hunter to justice. I don't think so. Well, we'll see how this shakes out. It's a little weird, like the way it's presented, but it's similar to the other game. Like basically, I guess he figures out that she's like the what's the word? She's like the connecting thread between all these things going on. It's like, oh, so she's actually part of the bad guys. And confronts her, and then it leads to like this driving section. I don't think there's like this big shootout. At least I don't remember it. Fighting our way into her hotel, but we'll do what it takes. Yeah, the pause screen is cool. It's got like kind of a Fisher-Price MI6 smartphone, but aside from that, but this is interesting. Like the previous levels, or you know, the Burma section was definitely shortened. They kind of like basically this final Monaco section is like very much just a tiny little epilogue. I wonder if I can shoot that. But he might have had a shooting. I only remember the driving part because that took like 5 tries. But I might have just forgotten about this part. Hang on. But yeah, I mean, this whole like finale kind of comes a little bit out of nowhere, and then it's like not really resolved. And well, we'll see how it ends. Assuming it, I mean, you'll see how it ends. But I was going to say, assuming it ends the same as the other game, does not end on a particularly satisfying note, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just the driving, but like my memory is so terrible that I don't want to say factually that it didn't have a section like this at all. I don't think it did. Certainly not like this bombastic. I mean, here, yeah, because like the driving section, it's like difficult on account of being driving, and those parts are always difficult in the other game. But it feels like an epilogue because like the last parts of the Burma levels were so like, you know, by far the hardest and most elaborate shooting action levels, and then it was just like very much kind of easing out with this like little finale level, which is a cool concept. That doesn't seem kind of to be really what they're going for here. But the question is, like, is this in place of the final driving level? Because it seems weird that I'm like fighting my way through this entire thing to like find her in her hotel room or whatever, and then it's like, well, let's start a car chase from here. But I mean, it's possible she might jump out the window or whatever, or she's not there and I have to run back to my car. Crazier stage transitions have happened. But yeah, this has a very different feel on account of having this big combat gauntlet essentially after Burma, which I guess, like, if the game is going to end here, I guess that's not necessarily the worst thing, but it's a very different sort of setup. We've had a couple of these sort of chase levels, but they're always sort of, they're not really a chase level. Like, we are technically following a moving objective marker, but it's not like we have to actually hurry. At least that's been the case so far. Yeah, she's just standing over there waiting. Office cubicle maze. Oh, I wasn't even close to aiming at that, but it's cool that that happened, so I'll happily take it. Well, I guess she is running down the stairs to garage or whatever, so we might have a little bit of, I mean, I guess it would make sense. I kept trying to walk up to him, so I accidentally did an up input, failed the QT. The whole finale, yeah, that's my car next to it, conveniently. Would have to play out differently if there's not driving. I'll just enter my car, thank you. Well, I guess that's not how that works. I'm gonna die because I can't aim. Okay, I got needlessly greedy. I should have realized that there wasn't even an objective marker on it, so the actual trigger for starting the car chase, I'm sure, is shooting the guys. Oh well. A little more action here. Cold maze. Oh, she knocked that out. I was like, did I shoot something? But yeah, okay, so it's I can't walk straight through here because Bond cannot, you know, I couldn't possibly jump over one like box of office supplies. All right, the staircase. So that was just like a 3-input QTE for some reason. Are these like some kind of elite guards or something? I guess maybe. No. I twist an ankle. He'll be fine. He'll just wait for 2 seconds and recover. No intel. We collected like 3 intel for the entire game. I guess we'll engage with the cover. But like the actual aiming and cover is so fucked. There we go. Okay, finale. I'm like right behind her. Through the highways of Monte Carlo. Again, cool level. Let down by the audio. Oh yeah, there was like the whole Chase HQ crash mechanic that was actually introduced in the opening tutorial level. Or not, well, whatever. Ads for backgammon. Well, I mean, I guess it is Monte Carlo. They have giant billboards advertising individual games. Okay, this looks like some sort of a stunt. Dude, this fucking tree's hitbox. Are you... Okay, that was a little silly, but okay. Octopus is the ultimate backgammon game. I mean, it's certainly the James Bond game where the largest portion of the game hinges on a game of backgammon. You don't actually play backgammon. I mean, a game of backgammon is son of casino? Is that what that said? Backgammon sign. The entire backgammon game happens as like a little cinematic. I don't know if you can call it a cutscene exactly, but I know that the Game Boy game had, you go to, there's like a casino section. Still barely fucking made it. That had more than one game, and you could like unlock them as mini games to play after you finish the game or something. But I think it was probably like blackjack and something else. But I want to say that it wasn't like poker. I remember it being different games, and one of them being like something a little more complex, or at least something that I don't really know the rules of. But I don't think it would have been backgammon. It would probably been another card game. There was also, I think, she just drove in under that truck real fast. Blue Ocean Museum, Monte Carlo. That's pretty cool. I like these billboards. There was, I think, Everything or Nothing on GBA starts in a casino, or like a casino type environment, and so it's like, oh, I hope we get to do some gambling, and we don't. But there was like some kind of option or a password or something for like a poker mini game or something, which I just assumed that we would get to play over the course of the game, but then that just wasn't in the game at all. So I always wondered if there was an optional thing we missed, or if it's like only exists as a separate mini game. Playable Baccarat. I mean, that might be in one of them. Who knows? Unmanned aerial vehicles are attacking your car. To your left or right. So this sounds exactly like the helicopter thing. Yeah. I like that this... Like, I can appreciate their desire to sort of spice things up for the finale here, but I actually kind of like in the console game that this section was more of a pure driving, like James Bond movie, highway, you know, mountain road, car chase style sequence, and less like combat, well, absurd spectacle thing. Like the challenge of it was more like pure driving. Of course, part of what makes that appealing is the aesthetic of it, which they're going to have a harder time matching here. I still also like the fact that it was like, I mean, again, it turned out to be challenging because the driving controls are very kind of punishing, or at least not nearly as forgiving as the rest of the game. But in terms of the tone and vibe and like sort of implied threat level of what's happening in the scene, I also liked that it was kind of more low-key as opposed to like aerial gunships fucking exploding things. I think it makes for a, in its own way, like satisfying way to wrap things up, even if it ultimately from a narrative standpoint ended up being super unsatisfying from a kind of presentational standpoint, and imagining like how it would connect to or replicate sort of the presentation of a film. Oh my god. That looked pretty funny. I mean, it makes sense that you would instantly fail your mission if you had a head-on collision with a tanker truck, but it looked pretty funny. It looked like the truck was kind of unaffected. And there was just like my car just exploded and then just like drifted off the edge. This thunderstorm looks really cool. Even the whole vibe of this is very different, as I recall anyway. The level takes place fully in daytime and it's sunny, the console game. Here you do have this sort of dramatic aesthetic quality to it with the thunderstorm. That actually did a chunk of damage. I was gonna say that the drones don't seem to damage you that much. I guess we're done. Got the achievement here. Checkpoint reached for clearing the level.
Nicole, stop! Don't move!
Hello, James. Fancy meeting like this, huh?
Drop the gun. Move away from the railing. Nicole, drop the gun!
Oh, what? You'll shoot me?
I'd prefer to bring you back alive, but it makes no difference to me. You double-crossed MI6 and were willing to put our country and our entire way of life at risk. And for what? A free ride in a private jet? You're nothing to me but a traitor. And dead or alive, a pretty face can't mask an evil mind.
When did you figure it out?
From the beginning. You tried too hard. You knew too much. You're a traitor, Nicole.
James, there was a reason. You have to understand.
Who are you working for, Nicole?
There was a man. A rich and powerful man who I fell in love with. I would have done anything for him. He asked me to help him.
And then?
One day, the man cut me off. It was unbearable. And I thought that by proving myself, by taking over Pomrov's operation, I'd win his love again.
Oh, Nicole, stop. Tell me who it is.
It won't make a difference.
It might make a difference.
No, you don't understand. He's everywhere. He's bigger than you. Bigger than MI6. Bigger than everything. And he's watching us right now.
Nicole, down! Get down!
There's no escape.
I mean, Bond got out just fine by crouching behind a car, but I guess she's tired of running.
Bond here.
We've been concerned about you, 007. What happened?
I completed the mission, but the game is just beginning.
Rain is pretty cool. There we go. Oh, there's the theme song. Fucking stock photos of files. Yeah, I mean, it's... I guess you might feel slightly differently about it at the time, where you don't know for a fact that there will be no follow-up. But it's not a very satisfying cliffhanger, if such a thing exists. Like, I felt over the course of the game, I'm talking about the console game, that you're just sort of... It feels like you're waiting for the reveal of who the actual villain is, and like, this seems like a setup for the final act, where you like... maybe it wouldn't play out exactly this way, the final mission, but like you realize that she's behind it, and then like there's this escalation to the actual encounter. Because throughout the course of the entire story, there isn't really like a main villain that is like recurring over the course of the story or anything. You're always kind of chasing the next lead until, you know, James Bond just like, oh yeah, I knew the whole time. And it's like, oh, never mind, she gets killed by a mystery organization that's super powerful and bigger than everything, and they control the world, and the game's just begun. And it's like, well, okay, we gotta be on the lookout here, by the way, for whether James Bond will return. That was actually like the first line of the credits in the console game. I don't know about this music. It's actually music now. For the first like section of it, it's just like weird noise. Anyway, this was a cool game. Pretty slight. We did end up under the 4-hour estimate. But when I thought it might be longer than 4 hours is when I thought we were just getting done with the first section of Burma, and it turns out that the first section of Burma was the entirety of Burma, basically. But yeah, I mean, the controls are a little clunky. That there's like, I think the exciting part of this is like just seeing what they've done with all these little sections. It wouldn't necessarily be all that interesting to play multiple times. And even if there had been like another 10 levels, I think the novelty could have easily worn off eventually as well. I mean, the console version had like really good, satisfying shooting, so the action gameplay was fun, and I would have enjoyed having more of it. This, you know, not so much. And I was, of course, a little more prepared for how the narrative would play out here, so it didn't really catch me off guard the same way. But it's still like a strange ending. I mean, I think the story overall isn't particularly strong. I mean, they do a good job enough throughout the game of, like, you know, taking you from one location to the next and having good contrivances for big set pieces and stuff. Like the setup for the... how the levels... like, the thing I think they do really nicely, not so much in this version, but in the console game, is, like, you go on a mission and you start with a little adventure section, then it goes into a chase, then it's a big shootout, then it's a car section. Like, you have all these different bits that fit together really neatly so that no one level or section feels overly long and can be its own exciting set piece. And I think that's an interesting difference to a degree from Everything or Nothing. Because Bloodstone is kind of similar in that it's got shorter levels that are kind of focused. It's more obvious in Everything or Nothing because you're cycled through like the menu to the gameplay to the menu. Like, it's the game sort of signposts the beginning and end of levels in a totally different way, in a very video gamey way that I enjoy, mind you. But it makes it very clear that each sort of mission that is built up of different levels is built up of different levels. And of course it has still plenty more levels. But even then, there are some levels in that game that are very much longer than others. Of course, there's the final gauntlet level of that game, which is insane. And is like super long, at least taking into account like the amount of attempts it takes to learn the level. It's like a massive difficulty spike in the final level. But even then, like, I remember there are some levels that are just like notably longer than others. And they don't necessarily mix things up in the same way as here, where, like, they do to some degree whenever there's a full driving level or gimmick level, like when you have to compete in the rally, which is fucking sick. Like, that is its own level for sure. But sort of packing together like a sequence or 3 or 4 stages. There we go. James Bond will return in a mission. I think, you know, while that has been done all the way back to GoldenEye, I feel like it's rarely been done more satisfyingly than in Bloodstone. And to a degree, like the seamless transition between levels without the briefing section and menus and stuff kind of does help with that. So there's this, you know, there's an advantage to doing it that way as well. I just happen to personally really enjoy, you know, getting a score tally and breakdown, and like, I don't mind each video game level being its own sort of isolated thing. Anyway, let's take a look at a few things here. So quick play, I guess, is just like playing an individual level. So this should give us a level select menu. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting. They don't even actually... Okay, it shows you top right what location it is, but it's not like sectioned off in like chapters based on like episodes. So when you see it like this, it's like, you know, quite a lot of levels, because a lot of these handheld Bond games, it's like 6 stages or something. But yeah, so Burma, yeah, this must be whenever we faded through like a black screen, it transitioned from one stage to the next. But essentially what this means is that, like, yeah, missing in action and escape, there, it's like one section that seamlessly transitions into the other. It could just as well have been one level, but this just means that now there's a checkpoint in the middle of it, so you can choose to play only one half of it. I mean, I guess even all 3 of these like were kind of seamless. I guess I don't remember exactly. Yeah, aquarium action. Yeah, the Geneva level is just the one level. And you have the aquarium mostly adventure level with a quick bit of shootout at the end, very similar to the other game. Night driving. Yeah, so I guess that's the difference here. Canal showdown at the end. Well, as I recall, the driving is like the end of Bangkok in the other game. And there would have been at least one level, I think actually 2 levels in between here, because I think the rooftop chase and the street level shootout are 2 different levels in the other game, and neither of them are here, but we do have a little bit of a shootout level after the driving section instead. But yeah, again, like, it's a pretty good representation of the full game. Like, each section is a little bit truncated. There's like the Istanbul city streets section in the first game, like the whole infiltration of the dig site where you're pretending to be this college professor or whatever. I like that part. And you have the whole dig site excavation area where you have to escape this giant excavation machine and stuff. Like, there were some set pieces and stunts and cool bits there that are missing. I mean, every single area is missing something. Like, not every part of every level from the console game is here. There are a few instances of, like, added stuff here. Essentially, the boss fights are kind of added for this version, which is awesome. But aside from bits and pieces being kind of truncated and simplified, I think this is, like, maybe the best, or at least one of the better handheld Bonds in terms of, like, actually replicating the full extent of the console Big Brother version of the game in the handheld game. Because I think most of the other ones I can think of have, like, entire chapters just missing. So it's, like, still a lesser experience of a game that was already a little bit light. Like, it's pretty short. There's not that many levels in the console game. But it's still like, the gap between them in some ways I think is closer than some of the others for sure. Let's take a look at the MI6 database. We didn't look at the statistics, so I don't know about the intel stuff. I'm sure we'll get statistics for collected intel here at least. Single player stats, accuracy 22%. 369 kills, 13 deaths. Collectibles found, not collectibles, but collectibles. 4 times alerted, 254. Flashes 1. I guess that's like melee takedowns. So the next is multiplayer, I guess. Yeah. Ooh. Awards star. This is not how I would describe a star. This looks more like a circle, but... So, I was wondering about this, because the console game has this sort of achievement system. It's like a universal achievements thing, but it's also connected to the Xbox achievements on that version. We didn't get a single one that wasn't for completing a level. Okay, I was gonna say, but it looks like there's a bunch more here. It's like, oh, no, there's one more. For completing the game on hard. Okay. I thought maybe there would be other achievements. Because in the other game, there's like specific achievements for doing... Like, there's essentially Bond moments in the game of like, oh, shoot down this elevator that's carrying a bunch of reinforcements before they arrive at the top of the thing and come out and fight you, and, you know, things like that. And there's also one for like, complete this Monaco casino stealth section without being seen once, etc. As well as a whole bunch of ones for like, get kills with every weapon in the game, do 200 melee takedowns, etc, etc. And I think, you know, having something like that in a game like this would certainly give you at least some reason to like replay it. But here, no, they have the system, but it's literally... It seems really weird to have like essentially an achievement system with these rewards, and the literal only thing you track is having completed a level. Seems very strange to me. And there's not even one for like collecting the intel. I guess there's one intel per level, maybe? Or at least it doesn't seem like there's more than one. Oh, okay, so this is for unlocking multiplayer shit. I see. Okay. I honestly don't even remember what the intel does in the other version of the game, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's something similar. This just makes perfect for making an achievement set too. Yeah, but congrats, you now have a shortcut for making the world's most boring achievement set. I mean, it's a good place to start. You could use those, but it's like, yeah, you could you'd be hard pressed to make a less interesting set of achievements. I dare say, obviously we haven't like completed the game on hard or anything, but broadly speaking, we've kind of explored what this game has to offer. Actually, let's hop into the multiplayer menu real quick. I assume that there aren't like bot matches, although I think, come to think of it, I think the Rogue Agent DS game let you do something like, because I recall trying it. It had some kind of challenge mode that I think we even played on stream. Whatever. I was just curious to see what the menus are and if we can see what kind of stages and characters we can character. Can we see like a list of character models? Oh, there we go. All the different generic enemy characters who are like, well, I don't know. When I saw these guys, it's like, well, yeah, these are probably, well, okay, maybe this guy is the face of a developer. These other guys are a little cartoony. Pretty fucking funny that like you don't have Bond or any of the actual characters. Like you can just pick these like nonsense nobody enemy characters. It's a bit shit. It doesn't look like you have locked stages here, so these are probably all available from the start, and it's just unlocking characters. Yeah, I was just curious to see what was up with that. That's kind of weird. To disconnect, I then have to press this button over here. But there you have it, Bloodstone 007 on the DS, and that is our final DS game done. We're done with the DS. So, DS, thank you for your service, and goodbye. Realize I had this other capture window up here. I guess, well, it doesn't really matter. I can just do this. Hide that. And let's get some background jams playing. And do a little bit of spreadsheeting. Move this around over here. Give me a moment and I will Get the spreadsheet up on screen here in a moment. Right, what the? Weird. There we go. Oh, okay, I couldn't. Well, okay, whatever. So, 007 Bloodstone, Mission 46. No longer an active mission. Let's do that. It is completed. And it has been completed in 3 hours, 50 minutes, 57 seconds. Yeah, so the console game was sub 6 hours, which is pretty short. Not the shortest game of its kind, but definitely pretty short. But this was notably shorter. I mean, the levels were all shorter and there were fewer of them, so it makes sense. Does it have a gun model viewer? Trying to think, there was one game. I mean, this game we just played didn't have anything of the sort, but there was Quantum of Solace that has like the Q branch section where you walk around in these rooms to look at models from the game. But it like done in a very strange way where it's like a physical space you walk through and you walk up to something, you have like these limited angles. It's a very clunky, convoluted way to look at art assets from the game. I still always love having those kinds of things in the game, but it's a little bit annoying when they're done in such a clunky, strange way. But it was also a game that didn't really have much else in terms of extras or unlockable stuff or whatever. Now, where's Mike? Thank you for tuning in and enjoying. Quite literally my pleasure. All right, so 2025-10-04. This was a single stream game. We haven't had one of those in some time. Which, by the way, I'm reminded looking at this, I did also, just today, update some things, and we've got the VOD links up through the last game, up and published on YouTube and available here. So if you want to catch up on previous games, you've got the links right there. Completed the game on normal difficulty. It's unusual for Bond games to have like normal, easy, normal, hard, but it's especially weird when the console game has like field operative agent, 00 agent or whatever, but here it's just easy, normal, hard. Whatever, doesn't really matter. But we're done. We are marking this green. And that means that our next game will be 007 License to Drive, the J2ME phone game by Game Lion Studios. That's a new name. We haven't seen anything from them in the past. It's one of 2 phone games that are left. Next one of that kind, of course, Top Trumps 007, The Best of Bond, which I guess is... Top Trumps is like a series of card games that I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure what you would compare it to. Like Uno or something. Like, it's not a typical deck of cards. It's its own sort of game, but it, as I understand it, it's a thing where it's got like a million different versions with licenses and whatever. But this is sort of like a phone adaptation of that, I guess, maybe? I'm not sure. It's some kind of card game anyway. And I'm curious to see what that is going to be like. I hope that we will not have any issues with these 2 games. J2ME stuff is typically not problematic in terms of emulation and stuff, but you never quite know. But I haven't really looked too deeply into it. Hopefully it'll be fine. Then we're going back to GoldenEye one. I was going to say one last time. I guess it might not be the last time if we're doing the bonus mission as well, but we're going back to the most recent GoldenEye with GoldenEye 007 Reloaded on the PS3 to explore some differences from the previous Wii version. And then finally, game number 50, 007 Legends. We are, of course, as mentioned, still working on the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative. We have 7 daily objectives completed out of 10. And once we do hit that 10th stream goal, we will be playing, well, when or if, I guess I should say. We will check out the Xbox Live Arcade version, the port, remake, remaster, whatever you want to call it, that was developed in the late 2000s but never released for the Xbox 360. I'm quite curious about this, I have to say, but we'll see. Yeah, Quantum of Solace, the console, well, the 360 game, I should say, was Treyarch. I think the Wii port of that was by what are they called? They're not Zeebo and they're not Bloober, but they've got a name that sounds like that. Not Z. It's like fuck. Beanox is what I'm thinking. They did like Spider-Man games. Beanox did the Wii version, which is surprisingly like a very straightforward port. To the point where it didn't seem justified playing it, because it's from all the footage I've seen of it, it's like the exact same game but with waggle controls, which is like impressive in its own way, but it doesn't really. It didn't feel like essential gaming. But then the PS2 game by Eurocom is totally different. And then of course the DS and J2ME ones. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the kind of Q Branch museum part of that game has some kind of analog in their Call of Duty stuff. Anywho, head on back to the spreadsheet real quick, and I will update you on the bond quotient stats here. So this is where we enter data on all these different things that tend to happen in Bond films and chart how many of these things happen in each of the games in order to calculate scientifically which game is not the best Bond game, but the most Bond game. So far, we're just collecting data, so all this will amount to is what I call the raw Bond quotient. This means that every single thing here is worth equal amounts of points. However, once I have done the full statistical analysis and comparison with every single James Bond film, we will have a weighted what's the word? Not average, but like every different component here, every different criterion will have a different weight based on how prevalent they are in the films. In other words, an element that appears in every film will be more important or more valuable for a game to feature as opposed to something that might only be in 5 films. So far everything is worth the same amount of points, which means that these values here might change quite a bit once we are able to weight the data correctly. The yellow cells indicate stuff that I'm unsure about and have to like go back and check. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of this, which I kind of dread doing a little bit, but that's on me. We'll get to that eventually. How did I come up with this? Somewhere in the borderlands between insanity and a love for spreadsheets, I guess. This just seemed like a reasonable thing to do. That's the best explanation I can come up with. So the way this works is we give 1 point for something that is present in the game. We give 0 points if it is not. And we can give fractional points if something is there in spirit, if not letter, or perhaps vice versa. Or if things are alluded to but not quite shown on screen. This is also not a list of gameplay mechanics. So there will be things like driving vehicles and stuff where if Bond is depicted as a skilled driver, that will count whether or not it's a driving level that you control as a player. So in this case, because we've got the console game as a point of reference, we can use that and determine that if this game did something similarly enough, we can kind of just apply the same score. But there are some interesting differences already, and we'll just go through it. I'll zoom in just a little bit more to hopefully make this a little easier if you're on mobile or something like that. Might not help, but maybe it will. So unlike previous times, I've just decided to do this live as I was playing the game to help facilitate this. This means we can kind of skip over some of the more obvious stuff. He wore a tuxedo in the casino level. We changed clothes between stages. There's gunplays. There's fisticuffs. I guess we have to say there are gadgets. If we got points for using the phone in the other version, we actually do use the smartphone to pick locks and to break into safes. There's less of it, but in terms of bringing gadgetry into a Daniel Craig James Bond adventure, I think they did a good job of finding excuses to have gadgets, and that deserves credit. Car gadgets, however, none. Not even car weapons, which I'm very glad. I don't really like when James Bond driving levels have you shoot like 800 missiles and stuff. Like, it just doesn't feel right. So that's cool, but you know, car gadgets doesn't have to be heat-seeking missiles. They can be other cool things, but none of that. Charm / smarm. This is an awkwardly named thing that is generally just kind of a measure of if Bond's persona comes across, and this is like more of a concern in some of the older games where you have a lot of dialogue and when you have the actual actor and everything, that's sort of, you almost get it for free. But it's still worth measuring, and you know, it's still worth pointing out that not all of the games do have this, so points for that. Drinking, yes, there were ordering of drinks at the beginning of the game. At the end of the tutorial level, M and Bond order drinks, so I think that definitely counts. There were a few less set-piece stunts in this version of the game, but we did have the separate camera angle jumping over the open bridge with the car. That alone qualifies. There might have been, I mean, I guess he does like the parachute jumping entrance at the very beginning, like the first thing that happens in the game. So it qualifies for sure. Gambling, we got a half point in the console game for the gambling casino themed level, but we actually do get to properly play poker. Well, properly is maybe a stretch, but we actually play poker in this game. I'm very excited about that, like having actual interactive poker gameplay, like gambling mini games. That's something I want to see more of. Globetrotting, yeah, we went all across the world. So we got M briefings. I don't really think so. Q didn't exist. There was eventually a Q in Skyfall, but when these games were made, the Craig games, there was no Q character in those versions of the films. But I've counted, and we've done this in the past as well, Q briefing doesn't strictly have to come from the character Q. They can be from an equivalent. And Tanner, who is this sort of MI6 contact or whatever, has filled a little bit of a Q type role in some of these games. Now, we were getting messages that were like expressly addressed to 007 and not to the player, and I speculated at the beginning of the game, like, I wonder if these are meant to be Tanner, or if we can like imagine that they are. In which case, you could argue that they are sort of a Q briefing style thing. But the thing is, he never, or they, whatever, this unnamed narrator voice never really explains your like equipment to you. The reason I think it's more of a Q brand, Q briefing type thing in some other games is when it's like either, you know, you have this gadget, you have this weapon, you have this thing, and it can do this, or if it's, you know, you're getting intel, like technical intel about the mission. And sometimes, you know, there's games where it's Desmond Llewellyn or John Cleese giving you essentially gameplay tutorial hints, but it's still framed very much like Q briefing Bond on what's going on. And I don't really think the tutorial messages in this game qualify. You could argue that it's a nice touch that they're addressed to 007, and so they're kind of framed as briefing as opposed to just telling the player how the game works. But they might as well have been from M. Like, I don't think there's anything about them that qualifies them as being in spirit of, you know, Q telling Bond how shit works. So I don't think we can even give partial credit for this. You'd have to be really generous and really read a lot into it that isn't really there on the page, so to speak. Q Branch as a location or even as a department did not feature in this game at all. Moneypenny, the character, of course, had also not been introduced in Daniel Craig's Bond films at this point, so she's not in the game. I'm pretty sure that he never actually says Bond, James Bond, in this game. I already couldn't remember it happening at all in the console game. So I was trying to be more like I'm hesitant to put a 0 when I don't like, just because I don't remember. That's why this cell is yellow, because it's like I need to double check. But because I had seen this before I started playing today, I was like, man, I gotta listen out for this dialogue. But I don't think he actually, like, do you guys recall him ever introducing himself in this game? Like, I feel like the one opportunity he would have to introduce himself would be to what's her name, Nicole, but she like knows, like, he doesn't know who she is. Basically she knows him, so he doesn't even have to introduce himself. And it's not in this game, but in the console game where you're like infiltrating the Istanbul dig site or whatever, he's using a fake name, so he doesn't introduce himself as Bond either. So I'm pretty sure this is a 0. I'm gonna put 0 here. I'll keep it yellow to double check, but I feel like I would have noticed it. Chat usually acknowledges when stuff like that happens in the game. So that's pretty unusual. For a game that has this much dialogue, for them to like not write that line into the script is kind of surprising, I think. I mean, I guess it's defensible, so to speak, in that Craig's Bond films, especially the early ones, were very heavy on like leaning away from nostalgia and like all these conventions, so it could have been a deliberate choice. But you know, it does appear in most of the other Daniel Craig games anyway. Same thing with like the gun barrel and opening theme songs and stuff. Speaking of, we have the Bond theme playing in the opening. The theme song is in the game, it just doesn't play at the opening, it plays over the end credits, but that still counts. It has a proper theme song for the game. I did a little checking on this because when we finished the other game, I was like, I wasn't sure what the gun barrel situation was in the console game. I couldn't remember one, but again, I wasn't convinced that there wasn't one. I scrubbed through some of the footage before I went live today, and what I found is that the Bizarre Creations company logo during the boot up sequence has like an allusion to the gun barrel, but I couldn't find. I scrubbed through like the cutscenes that play before and after the opening mission, and I couldn't see a gun barrel sequence happening anywhere there. So I give them a quarter credit for alluding to the imagery, even if they didn't like actually include it. But the DS game essentially has the gun barrel sequence not in place of the opening credits, but as part of the opening credits. And the opening credits still... Actually, looking at the some of the other games, I have a different view on my screen here, but like, I think I might actually, yeah, I think we should put this to a 0.5, because it is like an opening credit sequence, but it doesn't really have a lot of imagery, and it doesn't really lean into doing a Bond style opening. And I gave Nightfire half a credit for this. Nightfire has like an opening music bit and some very opening credits style imagery, but it's really short, and it's like not quite an opening title sequence. So it gets like the imagery right, but not quite the framing of it. And this is like kind of the other side of it. There isn't much imagery at all, and it doesn't have the theme song. It's just playing like the Bond theme. I could potentially be convinced that it's worth the full point, but I was disappointed that they didn't use... They could have just used still images or done some cool, like, you know, PC Engine style animation of like sliding still images or whatever, based on the imagery of the opening from the console game, which was awesome, by the way. So a little underwhelming. It still gets credits for the gun barrel sequence, so that'll make up for it. Yeah, Moneypenny is not featured in that many games, which is simultaneously disappointing and kind of unsurprising. The thing is, she is, again, like in the Daniel Craig era, it makes sense because the character didn't exist, really. And she only kind of makes sense to have to the extent that MI6 itself is represented. I mean, with the exception of the Daniel Craig stuff, really. I mean, she's never, like, in the field, so you would only ever have her present if either you are physically at MI6, which happens in a few games, or if she's, like, called in to brief you on stuff or whatever, which she does in the GoldenEye game, and a few others, I think, but it, like, she doesn't really... That's not really reflective of her role in the films anyway, so... which isn't to say that it's a bad thing to include her that way, but it's like you're almost reaching to find an excuse to put her in, and that's fine, but that's like the lengths you kind of have to go to naturally include her in the game, so it's not super surprising. It's kind of the same with Q Branch. Q Branch is also not featured in super many games, because it sort of requires you to have a section of the game or some way of presenting Bond being in this, like, lab setting or whatever. And the games that do go to that length, like, it's always awesome, but it's, you can understand why they wouldn't do that frequently, because it is kind of a, you know, a substantial effort for what amounts to, like, a bit of exposition that can be handled through totally different, much simpler means. Of course, the Game Boy game has a full-on going to the MI6 office section where you meet Moneypenny, you talk to M, you go through Q Branch, and it's like whole thing. It's like the ultimate MI6 briefing in any Bond game. Although it looks like First Light is going to have some pretty elaborate MI6 briefing shit, so that's going to be exciting. Product placement, no. The other game, I think, had it had the cars. I don't think it had a branded phone. We've had Sony Ericsson phones in other games, but I think I gave Bloodstone the product placement for the cars, because the car brands are featured, like, very prominently. Yeah, like, Nicole drives a Koenigsegg, and they, like, bring it up, like, by name in the game, I think. And then they're, like, the first thing you see in the credits is, like, the car brands and whatever. And there was nothing like that in this game, so that's a 0. Bond in Peril. Classic scene, him being tied up in a chair. We have the full final section of the game of Bond in, like, tattered POW clothes, which is definitely an unusual touch. That's cool. Sexy ladies, at least one, yes, and she did indeed turn out to be evil, so that's a point for that. Bond's dick powers, not really on display. I think I'm pretty comfortable putting a 0 here, because there's barely ever even... There's not a lot of flirting sort of between Nicole and Bond, and, like, if anything, he's, like, kind of dismissive about it. And you could argue that, like, her being pushy is, like, evidence of dick powers at work, but I don't think that's really the dynamic between the characters. And of course, we understand by the time we get to the end that she might have had kind of ulterior motives anyway, so I think I feel pretty comfortable putting a 0 there, which is, like, fairly typical, it seems, for the Daniel Craig Bond games as well. As far as the henchman and villain here, like, I think we'll just follow the lead of the console game, where Rack is kind of the main villain. It's like the final boss, but he's not really the head honcho. He's got a lot more henchman energy than he does main bad guy energy. And ultimately, he is kind of, you know, not the big bad. We don't even know who the main villain is, because they're just a mystery cliffhanger that never gets resolved. So there isn't really a main villain. And, like, even throughout the story, there isn't really any character that's presented as the main villain. Like, the plot doesn't start with, hey, this is the villain, this is their evil plot, which is, like, the more typical structure. Yeah, I would have definitely loved a sequel to Bloodstone. It was a good game. It was a great game. even so, judged on its own merits, the way the plot's delivered, the ending and the cliffhanger and the lack of a villain is still one of the weaker points of the game for sure. With no main villain, it makes sense that there's no main villain's lair, so no points for that. The other game did have Rack provide multiple kind of speeches. Like I guess the one thing that we kind of didn't get by skipping out on the big boss battle against Rack from the console game, where you go between, you take cover as you climb around this whole dam facility to find these switches to turn things off, to like, you open like valves that spray out water, so he has to move his gunship and whatever, and you go through these things to put him in a position where you can like jump into the ship, or I forget exactly how it works, but throughout this entire sequence he's like yelling at you. And there's also the bit where when he has you tied up in the chair, he gives a little bit of a speech, and that scene is in this game, but I don't know, it didn't really, on its own as it's presented here, it didn't really fully come across as, I feel like it needed that other second part to fully qualify. Like between that stuff, like it feels like altogether, yeah, we've got a bad guy giving speeches here, but that's not really the vibe you get from this game. So I'm gonna actually give it a 0 here. James Bond will return is, however, a line that is featured in the credits. The points for that. And then no Bond is a special category where we award negative points to the very small handful of games that are James Bond games based on the James Bond IP license that do not feature the character of James Bond in them. So far that has been 2 games. The DS version of GoldenEye Rogue Agent. In the console game, James Bond actually features very briefly in the opening, but in the DS game he's not present whatsoever. And James Bond Top Agent, the mobile phone game where you play as an unnamed generic agent character. You do not actually play as James Bond. But otherwise, you know, for the most part, that's just a 0 for everything. That puts 007 Bloodstone for the Nintendo DS at a raw Bond quotient of 22.5. A few points lower than the console Big Brother, unsurprisingly, because it's like missing some stuff. But who knows? Once we calculate the weights of these different criteria, anything can happen. That is the Bond quotient spreadsheet taken care of. Now, we do have one other thing, and that is the tier list. So let's see if I can get that up on screen, and we can update the tier list. Let's see, let me open up this, and then I want to remix this list. There we go. And see here. There we go. I've got a bit of a prop here. Actually, I guess I can do this. Yeah, there we go. So here's the tier list as it's been updated most recently. It was a little bit contentious in the end. I put Console Bloodstone in S tier as I just had such a good time with it. It was really enjoyable beginning to end. And it has such awesome visual presentation and cool set pieces. Like, it had everything you would want, really. It just ended on a whimper and like could have had a few more cool levels, but I really loved it. These aren't necessarily set in stone and final. Some may be negotiated and some may end up in a different spot as we have like other adjacent games to compare them to. But I think, man, this is like a tantalizingly small list of games left to rank here. I think similarly to the console game being sort of like, I'm not usually you know, in the business of giving games a hard time for being short. But Bloodstone, like, it was so cool that it was, like, disappointing to have it, like, it's not even necessarily the length, but, like, the structure and flow of the narrative and the escalation and the pacing, it felt, like, incomplete. I felt like there was a third act missing. And I think this game we just played obviously has that same problem, but also the levels were, like, a little brief, so I don't know. I guess not even in the individual levels, but just, like, you play through the game in an afternoon, it's like, well, there's nothing really left to do here. So, like, I think I'm leaning towards putting it down here in B+. It's a good game. Everything in B+ is good. But looking at A rank, it's like the cutscene stuff is cool and novel. But I can't really justify putting it higher. I put GoldenEye, the previous game from the same developer, in B rank, and I think that seems fair because that game I remember being, like, more stuff being cut out in a disappointing way, and also some levels being more difficult and annoying. And this game never got annoying, really. So it's a tough thing to, like, rank things like this, but at this point, I'm definitely, like, looking if I want to put something in a certain tier, I kind of have to look at what else is in that same tier and if I feel similarly about it, because even that's not always easy, because sometimes it's a matter of, like, really high highs and very low lows. Like, do you judge it more after the game at its best or at its worst? And sometimes it's like a game that's never particularly great but never annoying. It's just like a smooth, enjoyable experience. It's like, yeah, that's cool. You don't want to, like, you know, that can make it more palatable and a smoother, you know, ride than something that's pretty cool but has really annoying shit in it. But I tend to judge games more about not necessarily when they're at their absolute best, but, like, more about what makes them good than what makes them bad. But I guess it depends on the game, because you have something like Nightfire in the GBA, which is, when it's cool, it's cool. Like, the final boss fight in this game is, like, fucking at least A tier, because it's so cool, and it's, like, a good, fun challenge. But it's such a chore for so much of it that it's just, the cool parts don't make up for when it's such a frustrating, like, just pain to play. Whereas GoldenEye on the N64, I think, is a tremendously frustrating game a lot of the time. It has so many things that are actually cool about it that it's like, it genuinely does overcome those issues. And I suppose DS Bloodstone is kind of, it doesn't reach the high of the console game. It's cool and it's novel for the visual presentation of, like, cool stuff by the standards of the DS, but it's still, like, a little bit clunky to control, a little bit, like, it's cool, but I still feel like ultimately almost the most positive thing I can say about it, it's like, it doesn't wear out its welcome, it never gets annoying, it's not a frustrating time. And I guess, like, if I look at everything in A tier, I can instantly think of moments and aspects of that game that make me go, man, that was fucking sick, like, that was such a cool thing. And I'm struggling a little bit with that with Bloodstone, so I think it feels pretty fair to put it down in B+. I think, if anything, the console Bloodstone is sort of hovering between S and A. Like, I would certainly sooner drop the console game down to A than bump the DS game up. But I also wouldn't put it down in B, because I think everything that's in B tier, it's like decent, unobjectionable, a pretty good time, but for the most part had some annoying bits about them, or just felt kind of bland and generic. Like, the console Quantum of Solace felt, the 361 I guess I should say specifically, felt very competent but sort of bland. And I think Bloodstone on the DS doesn't have that feel to it. So yeah, the more I look at it, the more comfortable I think I feel with putting this in B+. Catch up with chat. Scroll, there we go. I missed the Game Boy game. Is it really that good? The short and simple answer to that question is yes. It's a really fun game. It's really inventive. It's very varied. And it's got like... Even if this list isn't specifically the same or a, you know, representation of the Bond quotient list, the fact that it hits like everything on that list makes for a very fun, enjoyable ride. And it's even got like some cool boss fights. It's got some clever narrative twists and turns. It's just a really cool game. I really, really like it. And it's not even because it's mechanically super, you know, sophisticated. It has like action and combat, but it's like very simplistic for the most part. But it's more about the scenarios and situations it kind of comes up with and how you're sort of, you know, shepherded from one to the other, and you like have characters introduced early on who then come back like in a different sort of context later in the story. Like it has like probably the most satisfying narrative progression of any Bond game we've played so far. Like it'll probably be overshadowed by First Light, I reckon, but that game's got a, you know, a tiny little bit more budget and resources put into that. So for what it is, like it's crazy impressive, but it's also just a fun game. So like it's, I think even more so than Everything or Nothing, the Game Boy Bond game is like such an easy recommend to anyone who would be like in the market to play that game. Like I wouldn't recommend it to my dad, but if someone asks me like, I want to play an old Bond game, which game should I play? Like play the Game Boy game. Everything or Nothing, I wouldn't hesitate to recommend either, of course. But it's, you know, it's got some difficulty spikes, especially the end is really tough. And, you know, it's a bit more of an undertaking. It's an amazing game, but the Game Boy game is like an easier game to get into. So, yeah, I would not hesitate for a second to recommend it. Fundamentally, a game should not make you mad, because that's when it's a total backfire. I mean, I don't strictly disagree, but I don't fully agree either, because it's such a subjective thing. I mean, I wouldn't say like, oh, I love it when a game pisses me off. Like, no, not really. But there are games that I love that can still piss me off. And sometimes you get mad because you're really invested in something. Sometimes you get really mad about something, but you get over it super quickly. Sometimes, like, you get mad at yourself when you play the game. Like, for me, it's not such a simple blanket thing. But it depends on the game, like, how much of an impact that has. Sometimes that, like, baseline level of frustration can just sour you on the entire experience. Sometimes it's just like 007 Racing had that infamous fucking forklift boss fight thing, like a quarter of the way through the game. There was a massive difficulty spike that was stupid as hell, and it was just like made no sense why it was so difficult. And it, like, I hated that level because of that. But once you got over that, like, the rest of the game was really fun. So it's like, well, if I were to replay it, maybe I'd have a save file and I would skip playing that mission, or I would just be aware that that's coming up. But like, the rest of the game was cool. So I wouldn't say that like, oh, I hated the experience and the rest of it couldn't salvage having fun with it. But that doesn't mean that a game can't do that. The World's Not Enough on the Game Boy Color, I put in F tier. It is a pretty bad game all around, but the like 25-minute zero checkpoint instant fail stealth level is like a fucking crime against video games, and it's so bad that it would, like, no amount of actual good stuff in that game I think could elevate it above F tier, because that is just so unbelievably fucked. So, you know, it's hard to put a simple mathematical equation for like how much good or how much bad can be allowed for a game in a certain tier. I think for me, it's obviously very much a vibes kind of check of how do I feel about this on the whole. And I think the more kind of math and science and logic I have to put into it, the harder it is to rank. So that also, I mean, typically means that the middle, like the extreme ends of the curve are always like the easiest one to rank, because you play it and you go like, man, this is fucking unbelievably good or trash, and like there's just nothing here, or it's the most ultimate thing. But when you have to like differentiate between C and B plus, like then you have to, yeah, do a lot more of this kind of calculation that makes it a little more big and finicky. But it depends. Like sometimes you want a game that's a really firm challenge and it's really satisfying. I mean, I think GoldenEye is a game that's very much like, as you're learning it, it's like a battle of attrition of making tiny morsels of progress, and it's like kind of a relief when you get over a hurdle and can move on. It's a terrible game for like relaxed, depressurizing, you know, just enjoying my hobby in the evening after a exhausting, mentally taxing day at work. Like, it's not a good game for that, in my opinion. I mean, even Nightfire, console Nightfire, I put in S rank because it's like a cool, fun game. Even that can be like pretty challenging and frustrating in certain ways. But sometimes, like, you don't mind that. I mean, even the final level of Everything or Nothing, which is insane. Like, I didn't remember quite how insane it was until I watched Mr. Radon and then Macaw45 play through that game. And watching both of them struggle through the final level, it's fascinating because I recognized every single death they had. It's like, yep, I remember being stuck on that part. And it's like crazy. Like, that's a game that I think I took longer with it, but I think Macaw finished that game in like 15 hours or something, or 12 hours or whatever. And the last like 3 hours was the final stage. And that's the final stage out of like 30. So stages are usually like 3 minutes long. And if you take a few attempts, you know, you might take 15 minutes. And then the final level is like 3 hours. So it's a crazy difficulty spike. But after having completed it, my memories are all like on the satisfaction of making progress through that level. Like, it's a really tough gauntlet, but it's such a fun game, and it's such a like good feeling to overcome that challenge that I think entirely positively about it. Like, I wouldn't say that it's particularly great level design or like, oh, it's a, you know, it's unfair bullshit, a lot of it. But the game is so great that I can like, the game's earned it, basically. But if the entire game is like that and it's not fun, and it's like, you know, that degree of challenge and what it demands of you as a player can change a lot. And it can be more or less permissible, forgivable, good or bad, however you want to phrase it, based on a lot of other different factors. James Bond games remind me of Star Wars games. Would you ever do Star Wars game research like this? I would not, for two reasons. One, there's like 400 Star Wars games. But the other bigger reason, I guess, is that Tino, aka Badweed, is already doing it. And that was kind of an inspiration for me to do the Batman project, which I did before this. Tino's been working on playing every Star Wars game for I don't know how many years. I think his list was of 100 games, but he was probably not as inclusive as I might have been, because I don't think he had I don't know if he had any mobile games, and I feel like there must have been mobile games, but he did play like Yoda Stories. He played all these like Windows, there's like Droid Factory game. He played he plays a lot of like licensed other stuff, like pinball games with Star Wars tables. That's his channel right there. He's also been doing like every Wii game, and he's playing a lot of stuff. But yeah, of course, I don't know what the VOD situation is, but if you're interested in someone going through every Star Wars game, that's probably your best bet. But yeah, so I've done previously every Batman game. Obviously, they're much smaller, different kinds of projects. I don't really classify them the same or categorize them as the same thing, but I've done like full marathon explorations of Double Dragon and Final Fight, playing all the different ports and stuff. And I did a project previously before that with like every Mortal Kombat game and every Dead Rising game, all the DLC and everything leading up to the release of Dead Rising 4. And that's like almost a decade ago now. When I set out to do Games Bond, that was one of 2 or 3 options that I like, 2 or 3 different themes. And those other ones that I didn't pick could still happen after Games Bond, but right now, like, all I have in my sights is finishing this and like not have a project like this going on. It was kind of like that with Batman. Batman also took like 2 years or something, and when I finished it, I was like, man, I'm so relieved to have this off like my plate. Let's just enjoy not having a big project I'm grinding through. But after about like 6 months, I was like, oh man, I'm itching to start a new big project, because it is fun too. So I don't know what the future holds, but I can say with a fair degree of confidence that I would not be that interested in tackling Star Wars. It's like kind of too big of an endeavor, and there's like RPGs and even fucking MMOs and shit. There's like too much stuff that I would feel too like, oh man, I don't know about this. The thing that was like so perfect with both Batman and Bond, almost especially with Bond, is that they have a great time span of games, like a good number of games, a good time span of like a lot of variety. And in the case of Bond, it's perfect that the timeline basically ends at 2012, because that means that we don't have any like 45-hour long games and like super tedious shit. Like, you know, the final stretch of Batman ended up being a little bit of a chore, because you got a bunch of the Lego games, many of which are not that fun. Like, they get really tedious if you just want to play through them. The Arkham games, I like them, but they're very long, and Arkham Knight especially is kind of a chore. Like, it just turned into a real slog. So these games, like the one we did today, that's like a single stream, sub 4 hours, perfect. I'm happy to do a couple of dozen of those. But once games start getting up into 12, 15, 20 hours and doing like several of those, like, oh, you know, think of that with Star Wars, like having to do the Respawn, like Jedi games, the Knights of the Old Republic RPGs, again, you know, MMOs, like RTS games with presumably long campaigns. I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me if the X-Wing games are also like really long. There's just a lot of games that would be a lot of work. So it's good to find a subject where there's a good spread of variety of types of games, and a majority of them are like bite-sized enough to not feel like a chore in and of themselves. I mean, there's been games here, like GoldenEye was 20 hours something. Operation Stealth, the point-and-click adventure game, was a real chore. It's not a very good game. Where did I actually put it? I'm trying to see. Yeah, it's in D tier. Yeah, that seems fair. So there are certain criteria that go into picking a subject for a project like this, and I've been very happy with how both Batman and James Bond have worked out. And both of them have been fun in that I've got to discover a lot of games that I've been sort of curious about but just never got around to playing. And I've got, you know, I've got spreadsheets, I've got lists, I've got notes, and I have some game lists for potential other future projects, and there's at least one that I know of that I would be like excited to do for like thinking of certain specific games, but also a little hesitant to, because I know that there are games in that list that would be some very difficult games, which is kind of my biggest fear. Even though in these projects I don't commit to finishing every game, I don't have any shame in saying this game's fucking impossible, too hard for me, I've seen what I can see of this game, I'm happy to move on. We didn't finish every game in this list, but it's unsatisfying, and it's like I much prefer to finish a game. But when it's like, oh yeah, there's a topic we can cover here, and I know that this list of games include at least like 3 games that Bill Bull played on his stream, and him and his chat were all like in there together in complete bafflement over what alien race concocted this mess. Like, playing games like that is not necessarily something I look forward to. So there's a lot of different factors that go into it. So, I mean, Star Wars probably has a good amount of those too. But yeah, that would be kind of not disqualified, but not necessarily up for discussion in the first place for other reasons. Eventually, Retro Gamer's gonna have to make a spreadsheet of everyone else's spreadsheet. I mean, I know that who was that? Was that Sting? Someone had a spreadsheet of people doing it was like mostly focused, I think, on like console challenges, people doing like entire console libraries. But I think the Pino's Star Wars stuff and my Batman thing was on that spreadsheet too. So I mean, those are already out there, I think. Big challenge. Yeah, maybe. I don't remember. Anyway, I've been streaming for just over 6 hours now, and I really need to go make some kind of food, I think. So I'm going to save this tier list. We can off screen. And that'll be it for me today. I'm very satisfied. We got through this game. Nice compact session. No need to stretch this out needlessly. I talked about this earlier today, and right now I feel pretty secure in saying we will not be doing any Cobra watching tonight, because I slept in late and I was going to stream in the morning so I could do stuff after that. It is now almost 7 p.m. and I have to go make dinner, and after that it's like, well, fuck me, and there's no more Saturday left. So I have some things I kind of need to attend to, so we will not be doing that tonight, but hopefully soon. And hopefully I can find it within me to organize a Bond film viewing schedule of some kind, so we can get through the science of weighting the Bond quotient data and all of that, one thing at a time, I suppose. I will be back to stream. Not sure when. I have been on a little bit of a sporadic schedule recently. We've been doing the occasional Wednesday streams and Saturday streams and what have you, but it's a little bit actually, maybe we've even done more Friday streams than Saturday streams. Whatever. I need to do a little bit of testing and research to make sure that the next Bond games function, the phone games. I think that should be fine, but we'll see if something else comes up. Now, we do have the Prince of Persia port exploration marathon series of streams that will definitely not fit in a single stream. I'm very excited to do that, but I want to make sure that I have everything lined up for it, so we have all the versions that I want to play ready to go, and I have not really had the time to work on that. I also didn't want to dive into that before we got at least this Bond game finished, so I'll return with more scheduling updates on that when I have them. And we will see if the next stream will be more Bond. It's unlikely to be Prince of Persia, because once we get started on the Prince of Persia thing, I kind of want to do that in an uninterrupted series of streams. And I don't think I'll have that ready to go for Wednesday or whenever the next stream will be. Chances are the next stream will just be a one-off, whatever I feel like at the time. I like to kind of intersperse these project streams with stuff like that, so that's, I guess, probably the most likely. But in the off chance that I manage to decide and plan and schedule something ahead of time, I'll try to make some kind of announcement on my Discord, which you can find right there. We do chat about things. I do announcements on stream schedule and what have you, and we occasionally do movie night watching. It's been a long time, but we used to watch a bunch of video game based movies. We watch Bond films, we watch space adventure Cobra, we watch you know, a little bit of everything. If that sounds like a fun time, you can click that link and read the rules and figure all that out on your own. Now, as we wrap up, let's see who is streaming that we might want to raid. What is happening on Twitch? Let's see here. I guess there's another big 20 NES speedrun race. I feel like those happen with some regularity. Let's see. Man, there's like a million live channels, but I'm not sure what's appropriate here. Try to find someone I'm not rating all the time either, but you know, fuck it. Why don't we check in on the Big 20 race? It's usually a fun time. I haven't watched one of those in quite a long time, actually. So why not? Probably a good time. Anyway, I'll be back soonish, I guess. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Take care, everybody, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a nice rest of your weekend, and goodbye.